Good morning, everyone, and welcome. This is the Commercial Space Transportation Advisory Council, COMSTAC, and we'd like to welcome everybody, COMSTAC members, ladies and gentlemen of the public, and members of the media tuning in. This is the second COMSTAC meeting of the year, so welcome to everybody. In just a few minutes, I will officially open the meeting, but first, a few housekeeping items for the good of the event and to help you understand what's going on. Based on this virtual forum, only the COMSTAC members and those designated speakers who are already identified will actually be able to be unmuted and speak. This meeting is being live streamed and also recorded. The recording will be available for viewing shortly after the end of the meeting. For more information, you can go to the COMSTAC website. Unfortunately, we are not able to host comments or questions directly from the public based on this form. So I appreciate everybody that would have questions or comments. You can certainly email those in, and we will see those after the COMSTAC, and we'll put that as part of the event. So if you do have additional comments, please type them up and we'll make them part of the record. Members of the media, if you have questions for the individual COMSTAC members themselves, please contact them directly and they are free to answer any questions. If you have questions for me or for the Office of Commercial Space Transportation, you can email me directly at James.A.Hatt, H-A-T-T, at FAA.gov. We will be taking a short break for lunch since we are all, or at least for the most part, I believe, very close virtually to snacks, refrigerator, drinks. And so please avail yourself at any time to get a drink, have a snack, etc. For the COMSTAC members who are in a special grouping for speaking, etc., just as a reminder, please deselect your video and mute yourself when you are not speaking. But then please remember to put on your video and also unmute yourself when you are speaking or asking a question. And again, COMSTAC members, you are able to unmute yourself and turn on your video at any time to ask questions, etc. The live streaming that I mentioned is available on the following platforms: on Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube. So if you are having issues with the Zoom, you may find it easier to view the event on one of the live stream platforms. I believe all our members are here. So for all present, I officially call this meeting of the COMSTAC to order. The first action of the DFO for this FACA is to introduce a few welcoming remarks. The first is from Secretary Chao. So Secretary Chao is unable to be with us in person this morning. However, she has recorded a message because she believes that COMSTAC is vitally important to the work of the Office of Commercial Space Transportation and, in fact, the Department of Transportation itself. She has been involved with transportation almost her whole career. She is a bold advocate for the space transportation industry and fully supports the great work COMSTAC is doing to bring your experience and in-depth knowledge to bear on the challenges facing the commercial space transportation industry in this rapidly growing area as it continues to flourish. So if you would please play the welcome video from Secretary Chao.
It's great to join you today. Despite the challenges that our country has faced recently, 2020 has seen important milestones for the commercial space industry. And we saw the first astronauts safely launched to orbit on a commercial rocket. This fall, we will see the first FAA-licensed crewed launch into orbit. To help ensure that the U.S. remains #1 in commercial space, the Department of Transportation is now in the process of updating its launch and re-entry regulations. These rules will make it easier for the commercial space industry to conduct launches and continue to innovate. That's why the launch and re-entry regulations are performance-based, flexible, and maintain rigorous safety standards. To get the latest information on this important initiative, check out www.faa.gov/space. This regulatory reform builds upon the reorganization of the Commercial Space Transportation Office that was completed by the FAA earlier this year. The reorganization and regulatory reform, which you've contributed to, will help the commercial space industry to continue to grow. So thank you. Your insight and feedback will also help with other efforts, like the COMSTAC Safety Working Group, which will make recommendations on how to advance voluntary industry consensus standards for commercial human spaceflight. The Innovation and Infrastructure Working Group, which will propose ideas on how to streamline spaceport regulations and improve infrastructure funding in spaceports. And the Regulatory Working Group, which is providing ideas on how to improve the initial stages of the licensing process and how to facilitate inspection of U.S. launch operations that occur overseas. Your valuable insights and feedback are helping to keep the U.S. #1 in this important sector. Thanks again for your work.
All right, thank you, Secretary Chao. Next, we'll hear from the FAA Administrator, Steve Dixon. Steve was sworn into the FAA as Administrator by Secretary Chao on August 12, 2019 for a 5-year term. Steve is a retired airline pilot and was also an Air Force pilot, but he gets space and is using the term aerospace more and more these days, as opposed to strictly aviation. He gets it. He has a keen interest in the work of COMSTAC to help the Department of Transportation and the FAA support our thriving industry by being more effective, efficient, and innovative while keeping the public safe. Administrator Dixon.
Thank you for participating in this, our second Commercial Space Transportation Advisory Committee meeting of 2020. Now, like Secretary Chao, I'm honored to say just a few words as you get started with this virtual meeting. First off, though, I want to give a warm FAA welcome to a new member and an old friend who has a stellar past in the U.S. Air Force and also at 800 Independence Avenue, and that's retired U.S. Air Force Major General Ed Bolton. Ed, whom I've known for a number of years, joined COMSTAC in July, and he's got the perfect resume to be part of a great group like this. Air Force Deputy Assistant Secretary for Budget, Commander of the 45th Space Wing, Director of the Eastern Range at Patrick Air Force Base, and an expert in systems integration and engineering and cybersecurity. I might add that he also spent several years with the FAA as the Assistant Administrator for the Next Gen Modernization Program, and this is where I got to work with Ed over a period of several years. Like me, Ed apparently never discovered what that R after his title is supposed to mean. Welcome aboard, Ed. As I mentioned, today marks our second COMSTAC meeting this year. Fortunately for us in the aerospace business, sharing information and data in real time without being physically located together, in other words, having a virtual meeting, is not a big stretch. We've been making high-stakes virtual connections between people on the ground and people in the air for well over a half-century. Archie League, in fact, the first air traffic controller, sent his data by waving flags to let pilots know when they could take off or land, and that was back in 1929. In 1961, you might say that Alan Shepard had a virtual meeting with Mission Control on the first Mercury flight. They shared information and data or telemetry in real time, and they were definitely not in the same room together. There are countless other examples, and it just goes to show you that we in the aerospace business are innovators. We're flexible and we're resilient, and that's why we're able to survive the inevitable ups and downs that come with a virtually connected world. Of course, the commercial space business is not only surviving, it's thriving, even in the midst of a global health emergency. And commercial space advances are a huge source of pride for us here at the FAA. Well, just recently, my weekly message to the workforce was about an incredible milestone: 5 FAA licensed space launches scheduled over a period of 7 days. Now, to put that into perspective, in 2010, we only had 4 FAA licensed space launches for the entire year. As a matter of fact, the FAA predicted we'd have at least 34 authorized launches and reentries in FY 2020, and it looks like we'll hit that mark, if not exceed it. We've already completed 32 authorized operations since the start of the fiscal year, and by the time you see this video, there will likely have been several more. Now, at the FAA and at DOT, we're doing our part to propel this industry even further while keeping the public safe. As Secretary Chao said, our new launch and reentry regulation that's coming out this fall, Part 450, will enable a quantum leap in how our industry operates, and COMSTAC has played a major role in helping to shape our regulations. Now, I know that there's much more in store from this group, considering the work going on here with your Innovation and Infrastructure Working Group and your Regulatory Working Group, among other efforts. Not surprisingly, given my top strategic goal at the FAA, safety, I'm particularly interested in the activities within the Safety Working Group, where I understand you'll recommend a path forward for a voluntary safety reporting system for commercial space. Having a safety reporting system will also be a forward-leaning change. It will give your industry the data that it needs to benchmark safety and then put processes in place to continuously improve it. That's vitally important because our space industry is chock full of big, bold ideas that capture the imagination and may very well be the spark that launches our nation's youth to pursue careers in aerospace. But in order for those ideas to be successful in the long run, they must earn the trust and confidence of the public. And to do that, we, the FAA and the industry, must balance bold new ideas with tried and true safety best practices, including safety reporting systems, which are part of the broader risk management and SMS processes. I'm here to tell you that the FAA is here to help. My door is always open when it comes to talking about safety, and you have my word that the FAA is always ready and willing to help you achieve the safety zenith in this, your stellar realm. Thanks again for inviting me today, and have a great COMSTAC.
Thank you, sir. And finally, we have the Associate Administrator for Commercial Space Transportation with us live to welcome and help open this COMSTAC public meeting. Then following that, the meeting will officially turn over to the chair of COMSTAC, Ms. Charity Whedon. Wayne Monteith retired from the Air Force as Brigadier General after 3 years as Commander, 45th Space Wing, Patrick Air Force Base, and Director, Eastern Range. He absolutely loves space and is passionate about the commercial space transportation industry. Mr. Monteith.
Hey, thanks, Jim. Hey, good morning, everyone, and thank you for joining us today. I'd be remiss if right up front I didn't thank everyone who had a hand in setting up and supporting today's COMSTAC meeting. COMSTAC members for agreeing to serve on this Federal Advisory Committee. Or maybe more appropriately, I think I should be thanking you for volunteering to serve, since you don't actually receive compensation for this important work. And hopefully this isn't a revelation and isn't news to anyone. I'd also like to personally welcome my good friend, retired Major General Ed Bolton, to the COMSTAC team. Ed, thanks so much for agreeing to volunteer your time and talent as well. As I reviewed COMSTAC's work from the last 3 months, I'll be honest, I'm simply in awe of what you've been able to accomplish in such a short period of time, especially considering that every one of you has competing responsibilities, both personally and professionally. And this is especially true for Charity, Karina, and our working group chairs. Again, incredible job, and thank you for diving right into the deep end of the pool. It seems as though we've had more than enough challenges and opportunities on our plates right now, which is why your work is becoming increasingly important. Our industry is once again on the cusp of some truly remarkable accomplishments. From, if not routine, then certainly very regular and safe access to space, to American astronauts once again launching from US soil aboard a US launch and reentry system, using a truly commercial model, to large constellations of communications satellites being launched with the goal, much like GPS, of providing connectivity and capability to the entire planet. And the really fun part, allowing folks like you and me the opportunity to journey to space. These are cool times indeed. Well, since our last COMSTAC meeting in June, the FAA has supported 10 licensed launches, and last month was particularly busy. In August, AST supported as many launches in 1 month as we did in all of 2010 and 2011 combined. And this is just one of many reasons why COMSTAC's work is so important. This industry isn't slowing down, so neither can we. Even with a global health emergency, AST is still looking at our busiest year ever. And we're gearing up to support 50, 75, 100 operations a year in the near future. And next month, the FAA, in partnership with NASA and SpaceX, will license our very first crewed orbital mission. Together, we've come a long way. And if that wasn't enough already, we're on the verge of completing the new streamlined launch and reentry licensing regulation, which is quite frankly a mouthful. So we just say SLR2. And while we continue to re-engineer our internal processes, we have completed our reorganization as directed by Secretary Chao. Together, these activities will allow us to take full advantage of the new regulation. This new rule, Part 450, and our improved posture brings greater accountability, flexibility, efficiency, effectiveness, throughput, and finally, scalability to my office. All of this positions the FAA to be able to better handle this dramatic increase in cadence and complexity in the commercial space transportation sector, and to better support our stakeholders, both in industry and in government. Rest assured, though, we will maintain a laser focus on public safety, but we are also all in on doing our part to facilitate new and innovative approaches as we maintain our leadership in this critical transportation sector on the global stage. But we can't do this alone. And that's why we've tasked you, the members of COMSTAC, with helping us prepare for this future. From the Safety Working Group, we've tasked you with preparing us for an eventual, more robust regulatory construct to support routine flights for spaceflight participants. And it will be based on industry-developed voluntary consensus standards. Working together, I am confident that when the current congressionally mandated learning period expires, AST will be postured to increase our safety oversight role while still regulating only to the extent necessary. From the Regulatory Working Group, we need you to help us leverage the lessons learned from our recent experience with SLR2 to look strategically at our rulemaking processes from a brand new perspective, one that enables us to more appropriately and deliberately engage industry in the regulatory development process, and also to provide us recommendations on how to prioritize our future rulemaking efforts. This is critical because we cannot afford to get behind the power curve again. Additionally, to assist with our projected increase in cadence, we've asked you to look for ways we can continue to improve our current licensing processes. And from our Innovation and Infrastructure Working Group, we've asked you how AST can better support our critical spaceport infrastructure network, both in the US and abroad. Much like our airport system, which leads the world in capacity, safety, and innovation, we need to prepare for when we are launching hundreds of times a year and eventually transitioning to point-to-point suborbital travel. All of this is to say that you, the members of COMSTAC, represent the right experts with the right experience and energy at exactly the right time to assist AST with continuing to grow and improve to meet the challenges of this dynamic transportation sector. I look forward to today's discussions. And again, thank you so much for volunteering your time and energy. So thanks again one last time, and I'll turn the stage back over to Charity Wheaton to introduce my very good friend, Major General Deanna Burt. Charity, over to you.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Associate Administrator Monteith. I'd like to convey my thanks to Secretary Chao, Administrator Dixon, and Associate Administrator Monteith for your support of commercial space transportation efforts. I also want to recognize Jim Hatt, our DFO, and the intrepid Tom Murata for your steadfast help during these past 3 months since the last meeting. Just want to do a quick comm check here. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Oh, great. Thank you. You never know. So it is now my pleasure to introduce Major General Burt, who will provide her insights into several of our initiatives. COMSTAC members will have the opportunity to ask a couple questions after her remarks. Major General Deanna Burt is the Director of Operations and Communications at Headquarters United States Space Force. The Directorate organizes, trains, and equips U.S. Space Force units for globally integrated space and cyberspace operations, and for assimilating capabilities into the operational level of war. Spacelift, range, and airfield operations are but 3 of the many mission areas General Burt is responsible for. General Burt joined the U.S. Air Force in 1991 under the ROTC program at Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University. Before her current assignment, she was the Vice Commander of the U.S. Air Force Warfare Center and was previously Commander of the 2nd Space Operations Squadron, the 460th Operations Group, and the 50th Space Wing. She is a graduate and former instructor of the U.S. Air Force Weapons School and graduate of the School of Advanced Air and Space Studies. Thank you, General Burt, for taking time to speak to the COMSTAC. It is an honor to have you here, and the floor is yours. Let's just do a quick comm check with Major General Burt. Are you there, ma'am? Give us a second, folks, to work out our first virtual issue of the day, which is totally fine. General Burt, I can see you. Can you hear me?
We are working to provide as useful.
Okay. We see you, but cannot hear you.
Working to provide as useful.
Ma'am, just give us one more minute so we can troubleshoot this. Thank you for your patience.
Anyone hear me at this time?
You are loud and clear, ma'am. Floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. I apologize. There was some other little clicked button we had to add on. So thank you very much. Good morning. It's an honor to be here today. I just want to say thank you to everyone. And General Monteith, it's great to see you, sir, and thank you for the opportunity to speak this morning. Our relationship over the last 2 years as I've been the S36 here at U.S. Space Force has been phenomenal, both with you and Jim Hyatt and the rest of the AST team. And we would not make the headway that we make day in and day out on our launch ranges without that partnership, not only with the FAA AST team, but with all the folks here in COMSTAC and our civil and commercial partners that are out there. Today, I'm here to talk to you about range of the future is what I was asked to talk about. This is a topic that is near and dear to General Raymond's heart as the Chief of Space Operations. And this is a full enterprise effort to get this done, both from starting with the Space and Missile Systems Center and Lieutenant General J.T. Thompson and his team and Ron Monjovi and the guys out there making launch happen on our launch ranges, and then our two wing commanders at the 30th and the 45th, Colonel Mastelier and Brigadier General Chess, actually executing that day in and day out. My team here really works most of the scheduling and deconfliction to ensure that we meet priorities for national security space launch, but also to make sure we're partnering with all of you to be successful moving forward. So today I'd like to talk specifically about range of the future and our vision. And if you guys don't have a copy of General Raymond's signed vision statement, Mr. Leroy and my team will make sure through Mr. Monteith that we get that to you. But the range of the future vision is to preserve and advance national security interests through globally competitive ranges with a capacity to support launch and test operations on demand. So key words, competitive, global, with a capacity for on demand. And so we'll talk about the 4 priorities that make that up. Obviously, this vision states that it's in our national interest to support all range users, but let me be honest, USF making sure that we are focused on national security space and are not fully funded to cover everything that's out there on both ranges. So we're trying to look at both working with the FAA and our civil commercial partners of how best to do that, to fund and size to get to the demand that we want to be at as an enterprise launch capability. To overcome the constraints we've had to look at creatively, since we're not resourced and funded properly, how do we get to a more responsive launch and save money and manpower to get there and do it most efficiently and effectively to meet that vision? And there are 4 priorities General Raymond has given us in the range of the future vision. So I'm going to list these first, and then I'm going to spend some time talking about what each of those mean. Priority 1, increase capacity and reduce cost to support multiple simultaneous users. So again, getting after that capacity to get to simultaneous launches, but got to reduce the costs over time. Streamlining access to the range while improving services and infrastructure. So how do we do it better, smarter, faster, and still provide the same quality level of service to our customers? Establish a new business model emphasizing partnerships. Again, we know we're not doing this alone. Just like Mr. Monteith mentioned earlier, the discussions with our airports and the amazing things we do in the air domain, how do we get to that same level of spaceport in discussion of being able to be side by side, working hand in hand, civil and commercial partners to make that happen? And lastly, leads me to the 4th priority, which is transform into national spaceports. So let's dig into each one of those a little deeper. One, the first priority is to increase range capacity. I think many of you who've worked at the 45th know we have a slogan of drive to 95. We continue to keep trying to increase our capacity. And to do that, we've looked at developing new and digital plug and play architectures. But this is really only able to be leveraged when everyone gets to an autonomous flight safety system is essential to making this work. As we tried to do our legacy command and construct model, legacy command destruct model, it's large and a cumbersome range to use that old legacy system. We have to get away from that if we want to get to the near multiple simultaneous launches from both ranges. How would we do that? And that's through the leveraging AFSS. To that end, General Raymond has directed all space launch users be on AFSS by 1 October 2025. Again, I know to most of the folks on COMSTAC, many of you are already there, and users like SpaceX have been leading the way on AFSS and how we do that. We have some of our legacy partners in test, in training, and how they will get to that will be up to them. But General Raymond has made it very clear, 2025, they need to be on AFSS, or they need to find a way to fund the legacy range capabilities that will remain on the range if they require them. But we are all going to AFSS on our side. The second priority, as we talked about, was reviewing our internal processes and working more closely with our partners. Again, how do we streamline? Just like Mr. Monteith mentioned, we've been streamlining rules and how we license capabilities with the FAA. We also look at how do we streamline and work the issues that are on our ranges today. We made strides in our process reviews and partnerships with industry. We've matured our mutually supporting roles, and I think you'll see that we've solidified the FAA's streamlined licensing rule in our own memorandum of agreement with the FAA that we are looking to sign here in the very near future once the rule is solidified and signed. For the launch providers and range users, I hope you've seen tangible improvement. Again, we would like you to be able to plug in either at Vandenberg or Patrick and not know the difference of which range you're on, because the capabilities and the commodities that are being provided to you are plug and play. The third priorities we talk about is an extension of the efficiency and agility gained in our first 2 priorities. So as we go to AFSS, we go to a plug and play and a streamlined range and with our own streamlined processes. That third priority is how do we deliberately restructure contracts and organizational structures to best streamline how we execute launch. As we go through a U.S. Space Force stand-up and change our launch and command relationships, many of you may recognize that the launch enterprise will go to support what today is called Space and Missile Systems Center under Lieutenant General J.T. Thompson. In the near future, that will be called Space Systems Command in the United States Space Force structure. Both the launch ranges and all of the policy process that happens here today at Headquarters U.S. Space Force in Colorado Springs. Most of that is all going to Space Systems Command. Some of the policy procedures will go to Space Force staff in DC, the S234610, that's Lieutenant General Saltzman in DC, will be leading some of that policy process, working hand in hand locally with the FAA and other partners in the whole of government, but the majority of launch will be heading to SSC. So this is going to take some time. We expect SSC on the current schedule to stand up sometime next summer fully, once we get through all the acquisition strategies and how we're going to do business in the U.S. Space Force. So that's when you should expect to see that structure start to change in the next year, where the 2 launch ranges go under Space Systems Command. Until then, we will continue to command and control and do those things here out of Colorado Springs in Headquarters Space Operations Command until Space Systems Command is ready to take on that mission. And lastly, our fourth priority, which I think you guys as a COMSTAC have spent some time advising and discussing, is how do we get to a spaceport of the future and a national spaceport strategy. Obviously, we're very concerned about that as a military and Department of Defense. I think day to day, if you go right here in the Colorado Springs area, we have an airport, a military airport co-located with a commercial airport. How do we get to those same kinds of constructs in the space domain? As Mr. Monteith mentioned, we're going to get more into space travel as SpaceX gets to Mars. These things over the next 10 to 20 years become more normalized. How do we get our spaceport and our mode of transportation under the leadership of the Department of Defense, Department of Transportation, I'm sorry, to where it needs to be? And again, that misspeak is that I want to be clear is that the DoD is interested in being a full partner in this, but again, by no means are we the lead on this. We recognize this is a full civil commercial partnership to bring a spaceport construct to light. And how do we do that together, teaming and working through that together? Again, there are always going to be concerns of how do we improve and continue to accelerate national security space, but also how do we do that for the civil and commercial side of the house, as well as we see human space travel and other means of space travel improving or increasing. So in conclusion, along with the first two priorities and our second two, all four are essential for future success. This is important to General Raymond. He has made it a priority. We have a handful of big rocks that we track on a monthly basis with him, and Range of the Future is one of those, and we continue to drive. We've been continuing to work really hard, and in light of COVID and a lot of things that have been happening with U.S. Space Force stand-up, it's been very impressive, and I appreciate the teamwork both with the FAA and COMSTAC and all of our launch partners that we've continued to keep moving the ball forward even in these challenging times. But we continue to do so and will drive, again, to meet that vision statement, to improve our capacity, be a global competitor with near simultaneous launches. So I appreciate this opportunity to speak to you, and I'd like to answer a couple of the advanced questions that I was given. First question I received was, with the recent polar launch out of the Cape, do you see a world where one, United States Space Force can shrink resources at Vandenberg and Kodiak? And number two, if this becomes a frequent occurrence, a re-examination of the range safety criteria to something less risk avoidant, a quicker turn to autonomous flight safety systems for all providers. So I'll answer the last one first. So as I said earlier in the speech, General Raymond has directed that everyone get to AFSS no later than 2025. And if they go beyond 2025, then they have to come to the table with the resources to continue to fund the legacy side of the house. I'd also like to congratulate SpaceX and their spacecraft customer, Argentina, on that SOCOM launch. Again, proving that we could do these out of Cape Canaveral, the polar launches. It was a success, especially under the current travel and processing restrictions, as we talked about. And it highlights the cooperation both with the United States Space Force, our ranges, the FAA, and the launch industry. This launch was successful without changing any safety criteria. So again, the question of can we change the safety criteria or be less risk avoidance, we didn't change any criteria, and we were successfully able to pull off of this launch. SpaceX's autonomous flight safety system was an important part of this mission. And again, we're looking to all customers to get to AFSS by 2025. So not to avoid the Vandenberg versus Kodiak part of the question, and are we seeing that we would change mission at Vandenberg or Kodiak? I can only answer for the U.S. Space Force on this issue. We don't expect any changes to Vandenberg resulting from this activity. Vandenberg continues to provide capability today that cannot be fully replicated. So again, we don't see anything that we would change about Vandenberg, again, to continue our own test launch and resiliency and the space support that it provides. So hopefully that answers that question. But overall, a great opportunity out of the Cape. We want to see more of that, again, getting to global opportunities and giving us more resiliency to launch from either coast into those polar orbits, but don't see that changing how we operate at Vandenberg. Second question was, how will the U.S. Space Force work with the FAA to minimize impacts to the national airspace system while ensuring the launch frequency is not compromised? This is a great question, and it's been one that we have been tackling and very hard to solve. It's not just the national airspace system, though. It's also the DoD special use airspace. So around a lot of our ranges, there's a lot of DoD special use airspace along our launch corridors that also impact our launch activity. So it's both on the civil commercial side as well as on the Department of Defense's side with special airspace. Both the space and air industries are important to our nation, and so we have to find a way to balance and work between the two so they can coexist safely. There's several elements in order for us to be able to do this. First is a technology element. I think the FAA is making huge strides in pursuing real-time situational awareness of launch activity with a number of efforts underway. The Space Data Integrator and ADS-B for launch vehicles are two of their efforts, and we applaud those and are in full support. We're monitoring and participating in these efforts, but would defer to Mr. Monteith and team if there's anything they would like to add when we conclude here on those systems, but it's definitely something we need to get after. Additionally, we believe we can minimize the times and impacts of our closures through coordination and analysis. Again, we're trying to streamline our processes and improve communication, not only continue doing what we've already stepped up and been doing with the FAA, but how do we get to work with our DoD special airspace users and make sure we have a process in place to quickly work that coordination. But it's not going to be easy. We have a lot of work to do, but definitely a good question and something we are tackling here in the headquarters. Third question I've received, the infrastructure at U.S. Space Force spaceports has aged out and in some cases has caused launch delays, e.g. power infrastructure at Vandenberg. Are there plans for infrastructure upgrades and who should foot that bill? Range of the Future is definitely getting after this concern. How do we modernize the ranges and again, get to that plug and play, that second priority? And how do we get everybody on autonomous flight or AFSS systems to modernize the ranges? With these there's three separate elements though to this problem. Range of the Future changes that and says we must work across areas to make the barriers of launch capacity and cadence are identified and overcome as an enterprise. So we got to work this together. Base infrastructure like power, water, roads, and commodities are a big part of that. And as we go into the United States Space Force, I'll be honest, we're working through how does our base support agreements work with our bases still being managed by the Air Force, yet U.S. Space Force mission happening on those bases. So again, we will continue to work through Air Force, IMSC, and the other logistics organizations on those commodities and things on the base that we talked about. We're not as far along on infrastructure plans as we are with instrumentation. So as we mentioned in Range of the Future, that plug and play with telemetry, optics, and radar, we are well ahead of the game in making the two launch ranges identical, or at least to the user as you plug and play appearing to be identical. We just this month initiated the planning effort for the Eastern Range's infrastructure and anticipating one on contract for the Western Range earlier in the next fiscal year. These studies start in FY21, but take some time to complete. And to accelerate this effort, again, we've recently surveyed our range users for their inputs and are currently compiling the results. Who should foot the bill is a complicated question. As you know, by law, we are constrained to only provide facilities and capabilities that are being used for government use. So again, us providing capability or things that are for the commercial side of the house, we are limited in our ability to do that. But again, how do we get to a similar airport structure where we have a military base, airport, and runway sitting side by side with a commercial runway and airport? How do we get to that same thing in the spaceport? And I think together, that's what we're going to have to cooperatively work and how we invest with our partners and serve the interests of industry and government. And how do we create that plan? And again, I think that's part of the bigger national dialogue that has to occur on how do we get to national spaceports and how do we all play a part in that so that we can quickly accelerate to get to where we need for space transportation of the future. So our last question here, our spaceports are no longer one-way trips with the advent of rocket landing and reuse, which by the way, SpaceX, that is absolutely amazing feat. And it's always amazing to watch rockets return back to the pad and to be seeing them being reused. It's been a great cost cutting and saving technique. And I know others are and we are all trying to exploit and leverage that wherever we can. With the launch cadence and number of providers increasing exponentially, especially on the commercial side, how will the United States Space Force accommodate the increased rates, demands on resources such as safety and security personnel, and desire by commercial providers to get to rates measured in launches per hour versus launches per year? This question encapsulates the impetus behind General Raymond's Range of the Future vision. First, we have partnered with industry to increase our capacity and are very proud. Wayno did a great job, General Monteith did a great job laying out where we've come in our launch capacity in a given month and over the last few years. Because of the partnership with industry for the necessary resources, we've got to meet our current launch cadence. We can now turn safety analysis faster than ever before. So again, getting in that second priority of improving our processes and how do we streamline our safety calculations. We have the computing power to do it faster for multiple missions simultaneously so that safety is not a barrier to launch needs. We've seen launches on the East Coast range here in the last few weeks. We had planned 3 launches. I think it was over in 3 days. Again, due to weather and some other concerns, those started to spread out, but we were fully prepared to execute those. And again, the goal is to get to near simultaneous missions on a given day. So again, continuing to drive in that direction. We've also changed our processes, so we focus only on those areas needing attention. Again, we have recognized the need for additional changes, and the initiatives we talked about today are designed to help us keep doing that. We still got work to do, but I think, again, the continued partnership, dialogue, and work are what make this important. So with that, I have one question I've been given by my fans here in the room. COMSTAC is indicating, okay, they would like to ask more live questions. Mr. Hyatt, if you would like to moderate, sir, I am happy to do that. So are there any more questions?
Yes, ma'am. Appreciate that. And panel members, if you do have a question, Dale Ketchum, if you'd unmute and turn your video on.
Morning. Thank you, General. I am sure you're having a blast in the job you've got right now, helping stand up a brand new service. My question really is more procedural. I'm the individual charged with shepherding this task of responding, providing input from COMSTAC to the FAA on the concept of a national spaceport.
Under video off.
And what I'd like to know is, in order for us to provide as meaningful an input as possible to the FAA and then subsequently, hopefully, onto the Department of Defense, it would be really useful for us if we had a common document that was as up to date as possible on the concepts the Air Force is working on so far. We've got a pretty good understanding because of the depth of experience and the network that a lot of our COMSTAC members have, but we haven't been provided a common document by the Air Force. And it may be that you can't give us that, we understand, but since it's my job to shepherd this through, I needed to ask. Would it be possible to get that document? I don't mean to put you on the spot. And if it's no, it's no.
Oh. Okay, I'm trying to make my video come back on. I guess my question is, sir, are you looking for the vision statement for the range of the future vision document? Or are you looking for, and that kind of talks to where we are and the progress we've made. Absolutely, we were intending to have a launch summit again in the February-March timeframe, and unfortunately COVID kept us from doing that. So we ended up not having it. We're trying to readdress how we would now do that virtually in the spring moving forward. But if you're looking for the range of the future vision, I'm absolutely happy to give you that and give you a status chart we track of where we are with those upgrades and how we are continuing to move out. If this is about Spaceport of the future, yes, we have done some discussions and dialogues on our side, but we recognize that, and General Raymond was working, and we have a letter that's working through the Secretary of the Air Force to go out to the interagency to get folks together to do this. My understanding is COMSTAC is an advisory group, but we want to absolutely make sure we're engaged with you and we get all the other partners together. By no means is the Department of Defense the only stakeholder in this game, nor the lead. But we do want to be definitely engaged and start the dialogue early, because I think there's a lot of parts moving forward we have to get after, and this is very high on General Raymond's priority list. So I'm happy to share the vision with you. We did have a rough draft of a doc on our side about where we wanted to go with Spaceport, but we wanted to get the letter out that then asks someone to take lead for the interagency, whether that's Department of Transportation or whoever chooses to do that, but that the Department of Defense, particularly the United States Space Force, is ready to engage. And I'm happy to provide that draft document that we put together. And again, largely from our perspective, working with our FFRDC contractors from aerospace and others, we're happy to share that with you. But again, it's not the answer by any means, and it's purely just us in-house talking about what we believe we need so that we could then be ready to have a conversation with the other stakeholders. Will that help?
Yes, ma'am. That'll be great. Thank you.
Perfect, ma'am. And if it's easy, you can just send that to me and I will make sure that the COMSTAC members have that document, or both of those documents, the vision and the Spaceport report. With that, are there any other questions from the panel for COMSTAC?
Copy that. I will have Mr. Leroy send that to you.
Perfect. Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else? It appears that there are no other questions. So Charity, back to you.
Thank you. Thank you, General. I appreciate your insights and what we need to get to the range and spaceport of the future that allows flexibility, safety, responsiveness, but also leverages partnerships. So thank you for your time today. We appreciate it and hope to hear from you again in the near future. Thank you. Okay, Jim, back to you for the next item, please. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Charity. We have my colleague, Ms. Lirio Liu, who is the Executive Director on the operations side. She is going to kind of give us an update on where we are with Part 450. So Lirio, if you would, please.
All right, good morning. Just briefly, first, let everyone know that the last time we spoke, we had the rule already in coordination. It is an executive review right now with OIRA. So it's in the final stages of coordination. We expect publication at some point here in the near future, as indicated in the fall. One of the things I really wanted to focus on, because I think for the most part with the NPRM being published, most people know the content. There were the 12866 meetings for the executive order with OIRA to provide feedback. So those that past that stage now, what I want to talk to is more what we're going to do once the rule is published, and once it's published in the final in the Office of the Federal Register. We plan to initiate outreach sessions. We're going to do it 2 weeks after publication in the OFR. It's going to be a series of briefings on the rule and specific, going through the various components of the rule in detail, and doing some training, so that I wouldn't call it training, it's more of an education of how we're going to operate. What I'm excited about is our team has worked very closely internal to our staff to provide an overview of the rule as it's formatted and how we want to work underneath that rule. And what we also intend to do is provide some tools that will be available on the website to help facilitate both parties, industry and internal to the FAA, to implement the rule hopefully seamlessly. We've got some crosswalk tables that will show from the current regulatory framework under the existing 415, 417, or 431, 435, how that would crosswalk over to 450, so that in the expectation that I think it would be advantageous at some point to move over to that framework. So there'll be templates as well for how we'll be doing the application. Some of the things that we needed to put in place over the years, those have been developed now, and those should be coming out pretty quickly on our website. So essentially, we're all working towards bringing this to the finish line. We're very close, very excited about it. There's a lot of work that's going to happen and a lot of communication that we're going to do to engage industry. It's intended, I think we would expect that it will be probably a multiple day opportunity for going through various parts of the rules and then some detailed sessions as needed. So it's just not going to be a one-time only event. It'll be something we'll do in constant communication. So that's really all we have for the update for the rule at this point. So Jim, I'll turn it back to you.
All right, thank you, Lirio. And just as a reminder to everyone, if you have questions, you could certainly type them in the question and answer, but if you will email them to us, we'll make that as part of the minutes and answer them there. We won't be able to have interactive dialogue here on this form. Next,
Jim,
yep.
Sorry, Jim, it's Charity here. I'd like to see if there might be any quick questions of the COMSTAC members on this. Is that okay?
Absolutely.
Great. So for COMSTAC members, if you do have a quick question for Lirio, can you raise your hand in the participants list, please? And Jim, if you could take a look at who has a question.
Dale, I'm not sure if your hand is still up or if this is a new question. All right. I believe, Dale, I saw that you were trying to speak, but you're still muted.
No, I do not have a question. I apologize.
Okay. Oh, no problem. Thank you very much. Charity, it doesn't look like are any questions from the COMSTAC members.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Sure. All right, next then we'll have an update and a discussion from Steph Earle, who is the Deputy Manager for the division. And Steph, if you would, please.
Sure, thanks. Can everyone hear me? Just one thumbs up. Jim, I can see you. If you thumbs up if you can hear me, great, that works for me. All right, so today I was asked to go over a couple very topical issues, and we're going to talk just briefly about orbital debris, and then we're going to get into launch collision avoidance and some of the nuances for launch operations, and we'll change that. So if we can go to the next slide. All right, so this slide it's got a lot of information on it. So one of the things to note is that the FAA has jurisdiction over rocket bodies. That's upper stages through the end of launch, and this includes when they get into orbit. And so we have been working for some time now on an orbital debris rule. We've also been heavily involved in the updates to the United States Orbital Debris Mitigation Standard Practices that was recently released. And we're also a support member of the IADC, the International Debris Committee, under NASA's leadership there. So we've been working on the debris issues for quite some time. And this is very topical. It's in the news a lot. And I'd like to start off with one of the recently released reports that's coming out at IAC is the 50 worst pieces of debris in orbit. And that was led by Darren McKnight, does great work in this area. And it is the US, the Russians, the Japanese, the Chinese. They've all kind of collaborated to come up with what are those objects on orbit that are the worst. And of the 50, 39 are rocket bodies. And so there is something behind that. Why would 39 of the worst objects on orbit be rocket bodies? And there's really two reasons behind that. And number one, rocket bodies are huge. And so they have the most potential to create the most number of objects, this catastrophic collision. And why are those all there is also because the ones that are on there, if you look at the list and you delve into it a little bit, you'll see that it's co-location. All of these objects are very close in proximity, so they have recurring close approaches over time, and they're there for a very long time. And so likelihood of something happening is high as you take a small chance and you drag it out. Although I play the lottery a lot, I don't think my chances of winning that are nearly as much as the chances that a couple of these rocket bodies will collide. And so those large objects that are co-located are really a hazard and create a hazardous situation in orbit. And so rocket bodies are those objects. And so our goal has been to update our regulations to align with the US government standard practices, because ours are candidly behind. And we've taken a very cautious approach to updating these. But there's a couple other things that I want to point out. So the chart on the top right is a random reentry chart. And so we have a 1 in 10,000 risk to human casualties on Earth. And that chart there has two lines, the darker line being the 2000 population, and the other line being the 2050 population. And so as you can expect, population increases and your risk increases. And so what we're looking at there is the size on the far left, which I don't think you can make it out, but it's actually the size of the amount of debris that is allowed to touch the ground after a random reentry. And there are a couple things. One, over time, the size that you have is changing. And so you can let your pieces have to get smaller and smaller and smaller as time grows. And it depends on where you're going. There are 3 countries that drive random reentry risk, and that's China, India, and Indonesia. And although Indonesia's population is less than the United States, it's where it's at. It combines with the 1.3 billion in China and 1.1 billion in India. And that's the second chart down. And so the random reentry risk as it passes over China, India, and Indonesia goes up. And you can see that in the top chart, where by inclination, the lower inclinations have higher risk. And so this is kind of hard when we talk about implementing orbital debris mitigation rules for launch operations versus for satellite operations. This is where we're looking at our industry, the space transportation industry, differently than we are the satellite industry. And so what we like to see is, as a launch operator, I'm sure you want to have a standard that doesn't matter what satellite you're launching, where that satellite is going. But if you look at the random reentry by 1 in 10,000, it would matter. If you had a polar launch, your upper stage might be compliant. But if you had a low inclination launch, you might not be compliant. And that makes it hard. That's a challenge, and our cost benefits. There are things in orbital debris mitigation that are a challenge, not only because they're going to cost more money to do, it extends the mission, but also because if I have to make a different vehicle for different operations, that's going to be an additional cost. And so in the 2019 Orbital Debris Mitigation Standard Practices put out by the United States, there is a unique part in that under disposal, under 4E. So there's a long-term disposal, objects that are going to be in orbit for a very long time. And this is where that really plays in. So in addition, we have the 1 in 10,000 requirement, but there's also a requirement that just says, if you have 7 meters squared total debris casualty area, you're good. And that's the kind of rule that we think is appropriate for space transportation. As a launch operator, if I build my vehicle to this standard, it's good for any year, it's good for any inclination. And that's the kind of rule that is appropriate for space transportation, where you're trying to service more than one client. You can't just assign your launch operation or your reentry operation just for one specific purpose. And that's how come we see that there are differences in orbital debris mitigation for launch operations than they are for satellite. Now, on top of that, launch vehicles are robust, they're big, they're designed to be that way, to go through those types of environments. And so they're just very different. So our goal, if you can go to the next slide, is to update our orbital debris mitigation standard practices in our regulations. And we've been at this for quite some time. It says that the rulemaking project initiated in 2013. And it has. And we have constantly been going back to this and updating it, going back. I think it's time now. We're very close. I think we've gathered enough information to take this, and we've pushed and made all the first downs. I think now we're pushing to goal on this. We're going to have to take it back a little bit now with the publication of the U.S. government orbital debris mitigation standard practices update. We'll pull that back. And in addition, we were also looking at updating our collision avoidance rules to more closely align with those at the federal ranges. And we felt that those were so important that rather than kind of wait for this, because this rule is a secondary rule to the SLR2 rule that really is revamping the way we work and the way we operate. So this rule is following that. And we decided to take those collision avoidance processes and bring them forward into the SLR2 rule. And so in the NPRM that was released, that's where you'll see a lot of the collision avoidance rules. If you go to the next slide. So collision avoidance, actually in the old rules, it was everywhere. It's under 415 for launch licenses. It's under 417 for launch safety. It's under 431 for reusability. It's under 437 under experimental permits. And the bottom line is it was everywhere, but the requirement is the same. It's essentially the same requirement. We're protecting those objects on orbit. And so in 450, they ended up in 169. Which is launch and reentry collision avoidance. And so this will be applied just like we expected in a streamlined rule. It'll be applied to all, whether you're a permitted vehicle, whether you're a reusable vehicle, whether you're an expendable vehicle, the requirements for safety are the same. And 450, 171, safety and end of launch, that's our orbital debris mitigation rules. And those rules will be amended when we finally publish the follow-on rule. You can go to the next slide. And I'll delve a little bit here into launch and collision. So when we look at launch collision avoidance, this is something that is hopefully seamless and transparent when the operation happens, but a lot of work goes into it. And so we published these standards that we were looking at. It says April of 2019. So they've been out for a while. And let me explain a little bit how we stratify our safety concerns for this. Obviously, inhabitable objects are the things that we're protecting the most. And so we have a distance that we want to maintain, a safety buffer, as you will, of 200 kilometers during launch operations. And 25 kilometers is the standoff distance for active payloads. And then everything else is 2.5 kilometers. And that's rocket bodies, small sats that are dead, pieces of debris that are trackable. It's all there. When we look at the reasons for doing this, we're not actually protecting the vehicle. Obviously, launch vehicles fail. They have a right to fail. They have a right to experiment. Our job isn't there. Our job is ensuring the public safety and health, safety of property, U.S. national security, international interests. So those are the things that we're ensuring through our regulation, not the success of the vehicle. And so when we look at the categories here and we say, do we have this across the board? When you get to debris, trackable debris, it's really, yes, if this is a catastrophic event. If it's a paint chip or a very small piece, that's not going to cause a catastrophic collision. You may lose your vehicle or your satellite or a part of your operation, but we're not about protecting that. We're about protecting all of public safety. So when we look at the different sizes that we have on the lower right-hand corner, in the public catalog, you have sized small, medium, and large. And medium and large objects can cause catastrophic accidents. You have to avoid colliding with medium and large objects. So those are clear cut. But once you start getting to small objects and our systems become more capable of tracking objects that are smaller and smaller and smaller, the number of small objects is expected to increase significantly. We're flying through that debris today, but is it really something that we need to hold a launch for? If it is something that is going to cause catastrophic debris, yes, you should hold for that. And that means if it's a defunct rocket body or something else, but that would be in the large category. But once we start getting into the small category, there's a Kessler report that basically says 20 centimeters is roughly the size that gives you the mass and the velocity. If you have a good, I won't say good, but if you have a collision, then 20 centimeters, you're going to cause an extreme number of objects that are also large enough to cause more debris. Smaller than 20 centimeters, it can be lethal to your mission, but you're not going to create the kind of debris that perpetuates that Kessler syndrome. And so there's kind of a concern here that maybe the stratification, instead of being based on base 10, it should probably be, or could be, based on the outcome of that collision, where large objects are obvious, and then the difference between small and medium would be a catastrophic collision versus a mission-ending type of collision. So we're looking at, is there a better way to do this stratification rather than base 10? So let's go to the next slide. All right, so this slide is the other way to do things. This is the high fidelity way to do it. So if you can give us your covariance, and covariance is just the error in your launch trajectory, where you believe. Do you believe you're going to be high, low, in front, in back? If we could stratify that area in a covariance, then we can compare that with the on-orbit covariance of those objects. And if they cross, we get a better idea. And so the risks here are 10 to the minus 6 for human spaceflight. So this is new in 450. Before we held you to just the standard 200 kilometers. And now we're going to 10 to the minus 6, and then 10 to the minus 5th for everything else. And this is a big difference. This is a big change, because 200 kilometers spherical means that you can't fly over the ISS at 150 kilometers above it, even though you have there's no way your radial component is going to come down that much. And so when you have to do standoff distance, it's really the brute force safety method. If you can use covariance, then it opens up your launch opportunities. And so we're really looking at the covariance. And the way covariance kind of goes when you're in orbit circular, it's about a ratio of 10 in track. That's the distance you're going, that's obvious. And then it's about 2 kilometers, or sorry, 10 to 2 in radial, and then 1 cross track. So 10, 2, and 1. That's why it gives you a much better collision avoidance analysis than your standard sphere, because we're looking at, when you do the standard sphere, 5 times the amount of volume wise or distance wise in the radial. And radial is really one of the defining risk factors here. And so we've been working really hard on how can we improve the coefficiency, all this. And this rolls right into what our actual mission here. I mean, the mission of the Department of Transportation is safety and efficiency in that order to enable the benefits of space and the commerce of space. And so this really fits with that. So if you take me to the next slide. So this is a very complicated slide. It basically has one bottom line. It's all connected. There is one way into orbit, and that's through launch. And there's 2 ways out. You're either going and gone, or you end up coming back. And in this orbital regime, there are a couple of things that happen that we take for granted, but we don't really understand well enough, I think. So the first thing is, the first rule of space traffic management is that on-orbit objects have the right of way. And that is the first rule of space traffic management, although unwritten, it is the way we do it. If there is a collision avoidance that identifies a risk to an on-orbit object, we hold the launch operator. It's the only real time right now that we're actually doing that space traffic management piece. But there are a couple of differences between the on-orbit collision avoidance and the launch or reentry collision avoidance that I'd like to point out. And this is that on-orbit collision avoidance is basically 2-sided. Both parties would get a notification that there's a risk, and then they would discuss, and then they would mitigate. Although that would probably be only about 10% of the time, because 90% of the time it's a piece of debris. And that may change as we get more proliferated satellites. But for launch collision avoidance, it's one-sided. So the launch operator or the reentry operator, they get the list, but the other people, they don't get it. The other operators on orbit don't know that this launch, if it had launched at this time, would place their asset at risk. Because we hold the launch operator, there's no need. They assume this safety is taken care of by launch collision avoidance. And that's a different paradigm than on-orbit conjunction analysis, a completely different paradigm. And so while we're working on improving our launch collision avoidance, we have to keep remembering that the objects that we're protecting, it isn't the launch vehicle, it's the objects in orbit that we're protecting. If we can go to the next slide. So let me just kind of cover some of the improvements and some of the issues that we're dealing with launch collision avoidance and reentry collision avoidance. And so, as I mentioned before, covariance is really our golden ticket to a better operation. Having good covariance allows you to have a much stronger confidence in the safety of this vehicle. But there are types of launches and types of activities where covariance is not possible, or it's very, very difficult to do. So for example, when you talk about covariance, you're really making a lot of assumptions that, number one, I'm targeting a specific altitude, but what if I'm not? What if I'm just going and I don't really know where I'm going, but I'm just going? Those types of test opportunities where covariance can't be determined or it becomes too large, those become real challenges when you're talking about orbital safety. And also, On the top right, there's collision probability versus miss distance. And as I mentioned earlier, we really like to rule out those satellites and launch vehicles that are separated in altitude that really don't risk each other. And there's a little chart that kind of tapers off as it goes to the to your right. And that shows you that if you went to the 10-5 and you went to 100 kilometers, you notice all of those dots are much further below. And then as you kind of come closer to a shorter distance, it goes up. And there's an issue here where 1 kilometer, or just say 2.5 kilometers, and the 10 to the -5th, you're right in the thick of it. And so there's a lot of concern on our part of how, once we start looking at smaller and smaller distances, how can we make sure that the covariance issue works instead of just assuming that it's the same as it is for some of the other ones. So we're really looking at those close approaches and what's the best way to handle those close approaches. We're also looking at the standoff distance. So our standoff distances have been inherited. The 200, 25, and 2.5 go back decades and decades. And when they were established, I'm sure they worked very easily. But the middle graph on the bottom is just a altitude density chart. And you can see that there are some places in low Earth orbit that are getting very packed. And they're getting packed with constellations, large constellations of small objects spaced out, and getting a 3-hour time frame where you don't pass within 25 kilometers of an active payload is very, very difficult if you're launching into those orbits. If you're launching low and then you're raising your satellite on its own, that's a different story. But if you're going to try to launch directly into these higher density orbits, popular orbits, it's becoming more of a challenge. To do that, you really need to have your covariance, because that way you can use the high fidelity. If you have to fall back to standoff, it's very challenging. Also, we have these cluster discussions that we've been talking about. So again, the purpose of orbital launch safety for launch collision avoidance is we're protecting the objects on orbit. We're not protecting the vehicle. But when you launch a cluster of satellites that are still tightly packed, then we're not looking at the individual risk of each individual launched object. We're looking at the collective risk of the object that's on orbit. So until clusters spread out, they have to kind of be treated as a group. And the risk is kind of an aggregate risk. So we've been working with the launch operators and NASA and the Air Force to refine how we're going to do our launch safety for that. And I think we've got a really good approach. We've had a number of cluster launches already, and I think we've got that one handled. Our debris updates, I've already mentioned, we're going to update our orbital debris mitigation standard practices in the Department of Transportation, FAA's regulations. And we're going to take all this into account as we go. I would imagine, as the orbital debris mitigation standard practice has said, this is going to become a recurring issue, recurring need to update as we field more and more objects in LEO where the primary risks are. And then finally, so launch collision avoidance gap. So the gap, for those who are not familiar with it, when you launch, it's just like joining into the freeway, where you're merging into the freeway and you have a certain space that you have to run on before you merge. And then once you merge, you're in, there's no choice. And this is kind of where the gap is. We have a 3-hour window that we look ahead and predict where you'll be. But some satellites, specifically human spaceflight, they require more than 3 hours, more than 10 hours. They require a significant amount of time to actually maneuver. So if you were to join orbit and then you were clear for 4 hours, and then you had at 5 hours, there would be some type of a close approach with a human spaceflight. At best, they may get 4.5 hours of warning. And some objects require longer. So that's what we call the gap, this gap in knowledge of where is the object going to be? Is it going to be a risk? And it's very difficult to do with today's technology. There is a brute force method, which basically you can just make a number of assumptions and say, roughly, we think the satellite will be here, and roughly we think the launch vehicle will be here. And if they look like they're going to overlap, we can rule that out. And it is a brute force method, but it can be terribly constraining on your launch operation. So sometimes for a new operation, it can be up to 45 minutes. And so 45 minutes for a human spaceflight object to move, well, that's a half a rotation of the Earth for a 90-minute period. And so that's the level of how brute force that can be. Now, over time, working with the ISS team at Johnson, we've been able to refine some of those approaches for launch operators that have a recurring operation where we start to see exactly what they are doing and how they're behaving on orbit. But for first launch attempts, it can really be brutal on the launch window. And so these are some of the issues that we're continuing to work. We're working with these within the Common Standards Working Group. So this isn't just the FAA working on this. This is the FAA, NASA, the Department of Defense, as well as a number of the federally funded research development centers contributing. All of these types of activities are going on behind the scenes to reform and update how we're doing launch collision avoidance, because primarily launch collision avoidance focuses on low Earth orbit, and low Earth orbit, as we know, is becoming proliferated with objects, debris objects, and a high number of satellites launching. And so it's only prudent to continue to push this forward and this technology. And that's where we're going with that. And that's all I had today for launch reentry and debris mitigation. Jim?
Thank you, Steph. Appreciate that. And
Hey, Jim, Chris Hassler.
Yes.
I'd like to ask a question.
Okay. I already have a question lined up. So if you will be number 2,
All right.
Charity has a question that she wants to ask right off. Thank you.
Thanks, Steph. So it seems to me that the U.S. Various departments and agencies in the U.S. government have a stakeholder status in debris mitigation. How is the FAA coordinating with Department of Commerce for their civil SSA and STM mission, with U.S. Space Force, with NASA? And also, are you taking industry best practices into account as you develop this potential rule in the future? Thank you.
Those are all good questions. And actually, yes, to both of them, I guess you would say. So first off, we have a very good relationship with the Commerce Department, as well as the FCC and NASA and the Air Force. And in the realm of orbital remediation, we continue to work. We have 3 different working groups right now that I'm aware of, all focused on orbital debris mitigation, and those are interagency working groups. And the rulemaking process also ensures that we give them the rule early so that we can coordinate interagency wise before the rule goes out and we handle any public information on that. And so I will say that right off the bat, we have a very strong relationship with the FCC and the Commerce Department on these issues. As far as taking industry practices, again, yes, we're wholeheartedly looking at the industry best practices that are developed, because then it makes them so much simpler when we adopt them in the rules. We're very interested in those, and I know that the industry practices also exceed the orbital debris mitigation standard practices in some areas.
All right. Thank you, Steph. Charity, is there a follow-up or did that answer your question?
That answers it. Thank you.
Perfect. All right, Chris Hassler, I believe you had a question next.
Yeah, I did. Thank you very much, Jim. So the emphasis right now, obviously, is on avoidance. I have 2 questions for you. The first being, does FAA have access to, say, Air Force programs such as Space Fence that can enhance people's understanding of space situational awareness and debris location? That's the first question I had.
Okay. All right. I'll take the first question. So do we have access to their data? We don't have access currently to their data. We can get access to their data. But let me just go on. So the Space Fence, we do follow with NASA the development of the space fence, the analysis of the debris that will be tracked with the space fence, and how the space fence will increase the catalog by, say, 200,000 objects, and the fidelity of those objects. But when we're primarily talking about what the space fence can do, one, you're right, it can increase the accuracy of all the objects that it tracks. And so that's a benefit. But already the Space Surveillance Network tracks large objects, I think, fairly well. The nicest part about the space fence is that it really brings that level of what can be tracked down well below 10 centimeters. But that's the information that's like micro debris. And that is what we're flying through today. And so we're working on how are we going to address that. So the space fence plays a heavy part into how we're looking to the future to treat small debris differently than we do large rocket bodies and defunct satellites.
So my second question is, and I don't think it's really an FAA function, but it's going to be an increasingly important thing as more low Earth debris develops, is who's going to take the responsibility to try to deorbit some of this so that your avoidance is simplified by removing some of the large body objects that are on orbit?
Well, actually, that's a timely and an excellent question, given the fact that of the objects that were identified as the 50 most objects, I will note also that none of the 50 objects in orbit that are the worst are US. So that's a testament to the leadership that the United States has. But on active debris removal, the FAA will be involved because you can't do it without launch. And so to go get an object, you have to launch. And at least you have to launch the first time before you put up something that you will come back and forth. So the FAA is the gateway into orbit. And I imagine that no matter what we do with this, until we have all the full authorizations across the government that cover these types of new activities, the FAA will be at the forefront of that. And remember, the FAA is often the last federal license that anyone receives. You can get an FCC license years in advance, or at least a year in advance. You can get a NOAA license for your remote sensing a year in advance. The last federal license is often, it's the launch license, where you know the most information. And so the FAA ends up being at the crux of these types of safety questions and safety issues for the interagency.
Thank you, Steph. Appreciate it.
All right. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Steph.
Any other questions? I'm here all day.
Yes. As a matter of fact, we do have another question for you.
Okay.
Clay Mowry has a question. So Clay, if you would go ahead and ask.
Yes, Steph, you mentioned public safety a couple of times. Can you tell me a little bit more, explain a little bit more how debris in orbit is impacting public safety? Thanks.
So the number one risk for public safety is loss of vehicle, loss of life in orbit. So that's the number one risk of orbital debris. So for human spaceflight, as well as for operations and the things that those operations enable. So if you have a satellite that's contributing to either telecommunication or environmental monitoring and you lose it. So number one, those objects directly impact those. It also is a degradation of your life, of your satellite. And so as you see the amount of orbital debris in orbit, even the micro debris, well, I guess especially the micro debris, because that's what really has the highest likelihood of impacting your satellite is micro debris. And that will degrade your satellite. It's probably about 20% of your lifetime could be reduced by debris. Your solar panels degrade, you have something else that goes down. And so you need to launch again. And so there is another public risk of a launch operation, which are always hazardous, but we mitigate those as best we can, but there's always an impact. And so as you look at it, micro debris really increases the amount of launch you need, thereby increasing some risk. And then larger pieces can really just end missions. And so that's really the public safety. And then finally, there's the public safety of re-entering objects. So more upper stages that can do a direct re-entry, controlled re-entry into a broad ocean area well, that's just less risk around the clock. So it puts those objects out of orbit, and so they're no longer a risk to active collision avoidance on orbit, and it puts them into a safe reentry condition where they're not risking human life on the terra firma here. So those controlled reentries of upper stages are the best.
All right, Clay, does that answer, or do you have something further?
No, thanks. We can take that offline. I'll talk to Steph a little bit more to get some more detail on it, but I appreciate the explanation.
Sure.
All right, perfect. Are there any other questions from COMSTAC members then? All right, I don't see any. So Charity, back to you, ma'am.
Sure. Thanks, Lirio and staff, for your insightful presentations. Yeah, clearly this is a topical issue today with other regulatory efforts underway for debris mitigation. So thank you for that. So we are well ahead of time, which is nice to see. So I'd like to propose, Jim, that we take a 8-minute holding pattern. I'm trying here. And reconvene at 10:25. Is that good for you?
Absolutely. A good 8-minute aerospace break.
All right. See everyone at 10:25 Eastern. Thank you. Okay, it's 10:25, and I recognize that we are still ahead of schedule here. Hopefully everyone's back from their small break. We'll have another break at, let's see here, 11:45, or possibly earlier than that. But I'd like just to welcome the COMSTAC members to our second meeting of the year. And I'd like to kick off things by recognizing and thanking this great COMSTAC team. We've done a lot of work in the last 3 months. And I think there's a lot of great work ahead of us as well. So before we go through the working group items, I'd like to go around and ask COMSTAC members to identify themselves and their roles. First, though, I'd like to start with acknowledging our newest COMSTAC member, Major General Ed Bolton. Many of you know General Bolton and how fortunate we are to have him on board. His expertise and experience as a senior vice president of Defense Systems Group at Aerospace Corporation, the system administrator for FAA's Next Gen, and 37-year U.S. Air Force veteran, which among many assignments included as Commander, 45th Space Wing, and Director of the Eastern Range, Patrick Air Force Base. So welcome, Ed. Would you like to say hi?
Hello, glad to be here, glad to be involved. Thank you for asking me to join.
Great, thanks, Ed. So Karina, could you walk us through the member introductions, please? Just want to check, Karina, are you muted? And appreciate your patience for one more minute while we sort this out. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay. So I will call on you individually. Please introduce yourselves and include your roles. And please also mention the working group in which you've been participating in COMSTAC. So obviously the chair and vice chair are present. General Jim Armour.
Good morning, everybody. Yes, I'm happy to be on the COMSTAC again. I've been on the COMSTAC for about 3 years now. I had 34 years in the Air Force. Unfortunately, I didn't quite stay in long enough to be part of the new Space Force, but it certainly is fun to observe it from here. Last 11 years have been in industry, working primarily on orbit servicing, finally with Northrop Grumman and in their government relations office. I did recently retire, so I have now more time available to work on COMSTAC issues, specifically working in the regulatory working group and coordinating with the Innovation and Infrastructure Working Group on Spaceport regulatory reform. Thanks.
Fantastic. Thank you, General Armour. Dr. Greg Autry.
Good morning, everyone. I'm happy to be here. I'm Greg Autry. I'm the Vice President of Space Development with the National Space Society. Until recently, a professor at the University of Southern California, and I also teach with ISU at Florida Tech and the Aldrin Space Institute summer program for space entrepreneurship. I'm also proud to be the nominee for the Chief Financial Officer at NASA, awaiting Senate confirmation on that process. I chair the Safety Working Group and have been excited to be working with my co-chair, Robbie, and everybody else on the team there. Thank you.
Thank you, Greg. Bill Beckman.
Hello, I'm Bill Beckman. I'm with the Boeing Company. I'm very happy to be part of COMSTAC once again and coming back for another term. I kind of filled in for somebody midway last term. I am working on the regulatory working group and supporting a little bit of the launch spaceport activity as mentioned by Jim Armour. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. And just so you're aware, the audio is a little difficult to hear on our end. So if you do have questions later on in the meeting, just know that. All right. So next, General Ed Bolton. I won't make you reintroduce yourself. Ed is the newest member of COMSTAC, obviously, as Charity mentioned, and will be on the Innovation and Infrastructure Working Group. Shanna Dale.
And Karina, why don't you give me a thumbs up if you can hear me okay? Great, thank you. So my career has included many years as a congressional staffer, White House Office of Science and Technology Policy, as well as deputy at NASA and deputy associate administrator at FAA's AST, as well as several private sector jobs as well. I co-chair the regulatory working group with Clay Morey, and I have to say it's a fantastic working group. Everybody's working on all cylinders, a lot of great work product, and I appreciate all the members of this particular working group. Also appreciate the ability to work with you, Karina, and Charity, and all of the members of AST. Thank you.
Thank you, Shanna. Paul Dampus.
Hi, good afternoon, Karina. Hopefully you can give me a thumbs up if you got good comms. Good, great. Glad to see everyone again. Paul Dampus with CalSpan, the Vice President of Business Development. Been on the involved with the COMSTAC in one shape or form for a number of years, most recently chairing the Innovation and Infrastructure Working Group. Retired Marine Naval Aviator and Space Operations Officer, retired out of the Pentagon, and have been in a variety of commercial roles since. Looking forward to our briefing later today.
Audio cut out, at least on my end. I don't know if anyone else can hear him.
I can hear him.
Cut all that. Hopefully, cut the good stuff at least. And back over to you, Karina. Thanks.
Karina, it's Charity. Paul was loud and clear, and I don't think you can hear us now. So let's give you a second. Can you hear us?
Sorry, everyone.
Yeah, hopefully, Charity, you copied all that.
Yep,
at least the first part.
Yep, there was a problem on my end. I'm having some Bluetooth issues with my AirPods, so I apologize for that.
Copy that.
All right, thank you, Paul. Dr. Marilyn Dittmar.
Good morning, everyone. Karina, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Great. So my name is Mary Lynn Dittmar. I'm the president and CEO of the Coalition for Deep Space Exploration. I'm also on the Users Advisory Group for the National Space Council, where I co-chair the Economic Development and Industrial Base Subcommittee with my colleague and friend, Eric Stelmer. I am also on the Executive Committee for the Space Studies Board for the National Academies of Sciences, Engineering, and Medicine, overseeing the decadal surveys for the academies. I've spent the last 25 years, in the field. Back in the day, did operations management and a lot of subsystem analysis for the development of the space station. So I'm on the Safety Working Group, along with Greg Autry and Robbie Spatier, who are doing a great job of co-chairing, and great colleagues, and looking forward to continuing to work with COMSTAC.
Thank you, Mary Lynn. Mike French.
Hi, good morning. This is Mike French. I'm the Vice President for Space Systems at the Aerospace Industries Association, former NASA Chief of Staff, as well as consultant in market analysis on commercial space issues. This is my first term on the COMSTAC, and I'm on the regulatory working group, and I've been particularly working on the task related to dual licensing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Christopher Hassler.
Hello, this is Chris Hassler. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
All right, it's a pleasure to be here. Enjoy working with everybody on this group. I'm the president and CEO of a consulting firm known as Synthetics. I was also fortunate to be one of the 10 people that did a lot of the analysis of DoD as part of the presidential transition team, and worked very closely with the Air Force Chief of Staff and Secretary of the Air Force to get some additional funding for our launch sites. I'm a former Lockheed Sunnyvale guy, have a pretty strong background in classified space, and have over the years supported the top 10 defense contractors that support most of our space activities. So looking forward to getting to do this on a more commercial perspective. And I guess that's about it, folks.
Thank you, Chris. Just want to mention the Honorable David Carnes is absent this meeting. Next, we have Dale Ketchum.
Good morning. I'm the Vice President for Government and External Affairs at Space Florida. Been working in the space business, and even before then, I learned to walk on Cocoa Beach, dating myself. That was a couple of years before they even created NASA. Grew up with the space program and have been involved with it my entire life. And I've worked major corporations, 10 years on the shuttle with Rockwell. Worked for the Congress, worked for the state, worked for universities, all associated directly or indirectly with the space program. And I'm really excited to be where we are today. My personal responsibility, I'm on the Innovation and Infrastructure Working Group, and I'm attempting to shepherd through the tasking to respond to the concept of a new governance model for spaceports. I'm excited about the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Dale. Next, we have Kate Cronmiller.
I'm sorry, Karina, did you?
Can you hear me?
No audio. Kate, no audio.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we were sure you were eloquent before, but you got to do it again.
Sorry, guys. I'm Kate Cronmiller. I've been around as long as Dale Ketchum, and I worked for Rockwell and Boeing, Lockheed Martin, United Space Alliance, Orbital Sciences, and Orbital ATK. And I'm now Vice President at Jacobs, running their Washington operation. I worked on the first Commercial Space Launch Act and saw it signed into law on the White House lawn in 1984. At the time, there was no regulatory regime, so we used to get export licenses, and I worked closely with Secretary Libby Dole and the first head of AST, Jenna Dorn, and I have to say how pleased I am to see how far we've come in such a short period of time. I am very excited to be working with General Jim Armour and Bill Beckman on the Spaceport exercise to try and figure out a way to streamline processes and reduce costs for people interested in spaceport licensing. Thank you.
Thank you, Kate. Next, we have Steve Lindsay.
Good morning, everybody. Steve Lindsay here. So this is my second stint with COMSTAC. I'm in the safety working group. My background, I was a pilot in the Air Force, overlapped with NASA, spent 16 years at NASA as an astronaut. I'm now a Senior Vice President for Strategy and Programs at Sierra Nevada Corporation, working on the Dream Chaser program, among other things, and happy to be here and looking forward to the rest of the proceedings today. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Next, we have Mike Moses.
Hi, Karina and Charity. Thank you. I am Mike Moses, President of Virgin Galactic, member of the Safety Working Group with COMSTAC. This is my first year on COMSTAC, formerly NASA, work in space shuttle operations and human spaceflight on the shuttle program as a flight director and then as launch integration manager down in Florida. Looking forward to a great meeting today. Thanks.
Thank you, Mike. Next, we have Clay Maury.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
All right. Hello. Hi, I'm Clay Maury. I co-chair the regulatory working group with Shanna Dale. Looking forward to working with everybody here. My background, I started in space a couple decades ago working on launch issues in the Office of Aerospace at the International Trade Administration, went on to be the founding executive director of the Satellite Industry Association, and now I've been working commercial launch for about 2 decades for Arianespace, and now lead global sales for Blue Origin. Thanks.
Thank you, Clay. Dale Nash.
Okay, can you hear me?
I hear you.
Okay. Second term on COMSTAC. I'm on the Innovation and Infrastructure Working Group, going on almost 40 years in aerospace now. Sometimes that's hard to believe. Started building missiles and rockets with Thiokol out in Utah. They moved me to Florida with the shuttle program. Had the good fortune, spent 15 years there launching shuttles with Thiokol and United Space Alliance. As that came to an end, I took a significant detour to the Northwest and ran Kodiak for the state of Alaska for 6 years, and then took another detour to the East, where I have been running the Virginia Space Authority for the last 8 years, and very interested in what where the FAA AST has come. Like Kate said, we've come a long ways, and I like where we're headed. And glad to be part of COMSTAC.
Thank you so much, Dale. Sharon Pinkerton. Sharon, if you can hear us, we can't hear you.
Karina, I think Sharon was unable to join today.
Okay, thank you. Lee Rosen.
Hi, this is Lee Rosen. I'm SpaceX Vice President of Customer Operations and Integration. Been with SpaceX about 10 years. I'm a COMSTAC rookie, but co-chair of the I&I working group with Paul and having a good time with that. For that was the commander at the 45th Space Wing launch group, and spent time at both Vandenberg and Cape as an Air Force officer for 23 years. Having a great time on learning a lot on COMSTAC, and look forward to a very bright future. Thanks.
Thank you, Lee. Next we have Robbie Sabatier.
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Success. I'm Robbie Sabatier. I am in my second term on COMSTAC, co-chairing the Safety Working Group along with Greg Autry. And I have to say we've done a lot of work in the last few months and appreciate working with Greg and the rest of our members. I am the Vice President for Government Operations and Strategic Communications at United Launch Alliance. I also run the DC office, been there 5.5 years, but spent much of my career in commercial space, having worked with Kate Cronmiller at United Space Alliance and Clay Maury at Arianespace. Prior to that, I was a lawyer, still am, but try to hide that detail as much as I possibly can. I am very much looking forward to continuing on with COMSTAC and working with our safety working group on more projects. Thank you.
Thank you, Robbie. Eric Stallmer.
Hi, Karina, how are you? And fellow COMSTAC members, how are you? I wish we were all in person together. Unfortunately, we are not. My name is Eric Stallmer. I'm president of the Commercial Spaceflight Federation, an organization that represents 90 innovative companies and organizations. In addition to COMSTAC, I also serve with my good friend, Mary Lynn Dittmar, and colleague, good friend and colleague, Mary Lynn Dittmar, on the user advisory group for the Space Council. I serve with the regulatory working group with Clay and Shanna, and my background is basically from the military as well as from industry. So I'm really happy to be working with COMSTAC. This is my second term. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Eric. And finally, we have Ann Zakolski.
Good morning, everybody. This is my first term with COMSTAC. I'm Ann Zolkuski. I currently work with Lockheed Martin. I had about a decade in the Senate as the staff director for the Subcommittee on Science and Space, and then been with Lockheed about 5 years. I'm serving on the regulatory working group, working specifically the Part 413 complete application task with Clay and Shanna, and really happy to be engaging in the dialogue. A lot of important topics being addressed today. Thanks.
Thank you, Anne. And I am Karina Dries. I'm the CEO of Mojave Air and Spaceport, and I'm your vice chair for COMSTAC this year. Charity, back over to you.
Thank you, Karina, and thanks to all our COMSTAC members. It hasn't even been 3 months since we last met. And in that period, I feel there's been tremendous progress made in the topics of interest provided to us just a short time ago. Your efforts and expertise given over numerous calls, interviews, briefings, and really hours contemplating and preparing these inputs for FAA is very much appreciated. To top things off, this was done during the summer and over a pandemic. So clearly there's vibrancy and interest in commercial space transportation as we see continued success in making sure this is a successful and safe industry. So before we move on to the safety working group, I do believe this is the first time COMSTAC will be voting on items virtually. So I want to lay down some of the ground rules here and administrative processes. So please bear with me. I understand we have 3 final recommendations with the remainder as preliminary non-vote items. For each task, we will run through some background of the task, identify final recommendations, or if they are preliminary, identify them as preliminary, and then have a group discussion. For discussion, I ask you to, just like we were this morning, raise your hand in the panelist section. You'll see your hand will go up, and the working group chairs and co-chairs will moderate getting people to engage in that dialogue. You should be able to unmute yourself, as we have already figured out. So once discussion is complete, if we feel an item is ready for final recommendation and a vote, I'll ask the member responsible for that item or that task to make a motion to vote on the recommendation. I'll ask for a second as well. Then Karina will ask for a voice vote. Just unmute when you hear your name to say yay or nay. Afterwards, we will just proceed to the next task. I ask for your patience and flexibility in this. I'm sure we'll have some things to work out there. If we end up well behind schedule, we may want to consider voting by exception, but for now, let's stay the course in voting by voice in a quick and efficient fashion. So just want to pause here and see if there's any questions so far on how to participate in the discussion and voting elements. Okay, hearing none. For task representatives and working group chairs and co-chairs, if we are running low on time, I may interject, but hope you can keep us on track on target. Please be sure to ask to advance the slides as well. And please be abundantly clear which recommendations are final for vote and which are preliminary. I know this is different, but I do encourage maximum discussion on these items. And as always, max flex. Let's leave a few seconds for folks to unmute, and I'll be checking the chat if you want to use that for procedural as well. And one final admin note, please mute unless speaking to minimize the feedback. So thank you again for joining us today. Let's get started with the safety working group, and I'm going to hand it over to Greg Autry and Robbie Sapatier. You have the con.
Thank you. Could I get my video turned on? Oh, okay. All right, welcome. I want to thank Charity, and I want to thank Karina for leading a fantastic COMSTAC under these difficult times. I think everything's gone incredibly smoothly, and it was a good way to spend our summer in quarantine doing good work. The members of the Safety Working Group include myself, Robbie Sabatier at ULA, Dr. Mary Lynn Dittmar at the Coalition for Deep Space Exploration, Chris Hassler at Syndetics, Steve Lindsay at S&C, and Mike Moses at Virgin Galactic. I want to particularly thank Robbie for her great work with me during the summer, and the additional input in particular that we got from Mary Lynn and from Mike Moses made a big difference in what we finally delivered. If we could do the next slide, please. The COMSTAC Safety Working Group was tasked with formulating human spaceflight best practices to guide industry in anticipation of updates to human spaceflight regulations upon expiration of the commercial space industry moratorium under the 2015 Commercial Space Launch Competitive Act. I want to be clear that the Safety Working Group takes no position on the length of that moratorium, but we do note that it is currently extended through 2023. And it's also worth noting that there is a clause that allows FAA to regulate under Section 50905C2C in the event of an unplanned incident which results in serious or fatal injury or the high risk of such. Noting that, we felt, and FAA tasked us with putting together some industry inputs to have those at hand. So specifically, the Safety Working Group was tasked with determining the extent to the voluntary consensus standards that are being used by industry, identify any existing industry-developed voluntary consensus standards appropriate to serve the industry as a means of compliance or regulation, to make recommendations on how to implement a voluntary safety reporting system for commercial space transportation industry. Next slide. So I'd like to point out before we move on that we have a full report which you can download from the COMSTAC webpage. And again, thanks to Robbie, Mary Lynn, and Mike for particular extra work on that project. Out of that, we've developed the following observation findings and recommendations, and these OFRs we can vote on. Charity, I want to be clear, do you want me to go through all of the OFRs and then you'll take the vote on them one at a time?
Yeah, I think it might be good to review all of them and then come back and vote on each individual.
All right, so I'd like to ask Robbie to take the first two, and I'll take the last three of the OFRs.
Thank you, Greg. Before I get started on the first OFR, I just want to emphasize that these recommendations are really the result of a diverse segment of the commercial space industry coming together to advance this industry. So a lot of work by a lot of people, and hopefully we will be able to vote on our product today. All right, the first OFR, the Safety Working Group observed that the current commercial human spaceflight safety framework, while providing value to the public and crew, does not have the specificity nor the mandate necessary to address non-crew participant safety. The Safety Working Group found, and we hope that the COMSTAC finds and has determined, that while the industry is still learning, it has developed a valuable knowledge base on which to build voluntary standards that may inform potential future regulations whenever the current moratorium terminates. The Safety Working Group recommends that the FAA form a commercial spaceflight safety space rulemaking committee to focus industry efforts on voluntary standards development, help the space community apply relevant lessons learned, and inform future regulations on commercial spaceflight in general, as well as human spaceflight. This would operate much like the FAA's Aviation Rulemaking Committee. The SARC could be an effective forum to accelerate industry consensus while ensuring wide participation and fair application across the industry. Next slide. OFR 2, what the Safety Working Group observed, we reviewed existing commercial space standards published by multiple organizations to determine applicability to the human spaceflight safety framework. We found that while the industry has contributed significant time and effort to the standards development process, overall development of commercial consensus standards has been a slow process, a phenomenon which is not uncommon in other industries. Our recommendation is that the FAA retain a systems, engineering, and technical assistance organization as soon as possible to conduct the CSLCA required independent review on readiness for an evolved commercial human spaceflight safety framework. I'd like to add that under Section 111, subsection 8 of the Commercial Spaceflight Launch Competitiveness Act, this is required. The FAA is required to bring on such an organization and complete this study by December 2022. We believe that this should happen as soon as possible. And the review is intended to address the commercial human spaceflight industry and the federal government readiness to transition to an evolved safety framework and make recommendations as to the appropriateness of the regulatory action and continued development of voluntary consensus standards. Greg, can you take it from here?
Yes, on OFR 3, our observation is that the industry has already gained much relevant human spaceflight experience and lessons learned through many years of engineering development, review, ground test, and test flights, a few with their own crew as well as with government astronauts. Accidents and serious incidents, while regrettable and inevitable in any transportation sector, have occurred and offer valuable data points. So I want to be clear that we realize that this is still a nascent industry and that commercial operations as such have not yet begun, but people have been working on this for 2 decades, and we do have some good data. Our finding is that a standardized reporting structure is called for so that we can accumulate information in a way that is searchable, actionable, and useful for industry. Our recommendation is that the FAA develop a reportable incident database with the goal to provide public access for certain safety critical data based initially on the required informed consent process. Next OFR. Number 4. Our observations are that lessons learned from almost a century of aviation safety regulation have contributed to the development of one of the world's safest transportation systems, and many of these lessons learned are also applicable to the emerging commercial spaceflight industry. Want to be clear that we do understand that all of the aviation lessons learned don't necessarily apply to the unique structure of this industry. Our finding is that companies should implement an internal safety reporting systems with the intent to eventually integrate into a future industry-wide voluntary safety reporting system, and that should be modeled after the Aviation Safety Action Program, ASAP, used in commercial aviation. We do acknowledge that significant differences exist between the current aviation and the current space transportation sector, and these include the lack of operational commercial experience and the very wide diversity of vehicle designs, which is unique to the space industry and not at all like the very standardized designs in the aviation industry. Our recommendations are that FAA plan for the implementation of an industry-wide voluntary safety reporting system based on the ASAP program and provide guidance to the industry on the development of their internal systems that will interface with the industry-wide system, and that FAA-AST support the development of a voluntary safety reporting system. Next slide. OFR 5, our last one. Several standard setting organizations have done great work on standard setting for spaceflight safety. These include ISO and the International Association for the Advancement of Space Safety, as well as ASTM International. While all of these organizations have contributed valuable material for consideration by industry and rulemakers, and we should look at what they've done, ASTM 47 in particular has the largest engagement from the U.S. industry, which will eventually be facing the rules put together here. The government and academia. U.S. companies have more to gain from collaborating on the domestic safety framework that satisfies FAA licensing requirements than from engaging with international entities that have yet to develop similar capabilities. Doesn't mean we shouldn't look at what they're doing and consider it. FAA has significant involvement as observers in the development process. In particular, we'd note that ASTM 47 is chaired by Mike Lopez Alegria, former chair of the COMSTAC, and the COMSTAC has been continually involved in that process. We recommend that FAA and CONTACT continue to support the ASTM International Committee on Commercial Spaceflight as the technical standards organization responsible for the development of U.S. commercial industry consensus standards. Thank you, Charity. Those are our OFRs. I think we'll get to the second set of observations about consensus standards after we vote on the OFRs.
Okay, so perhaps, Greg, we could ask for comments, questions, discussion on these 5 recommendations. And if you feel it appropriate, maybe ask the COMSTAC members if they would like to vote in aggregate of all 5 at the end. If I can kick it off, if you will. So OFR number 2, recommendation number 2, you said that's already required to have third-party support?
Yeah, that needs to be delivered by December of 2022.
Okay.
And then that starting now makes sense.
So are we asking to speed up the process here or just reinforcing that requirement?
We're asking to be initiated.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments on any of the recommendations? Let me scan the hands up participant. Oh, Mike French, go ahead, please.
Hey, great, thanks. Thanks, Charity, and thank you all for a great presentation. A quick question. How does recommendation number 1, how will that interact with the existing group in recommendation number 5? Thank you.
Robbie, would you like to take that?
So the ASTM, they are already working on, obviously, with standards. What we believe OFR 1 recommendation, the SARC SRC, it will be much like the Aviation Rulemaking Committee, where you could have a broader, hopefully a broader swath of participants, a little bit fairer across the board. It's a forum we believe that could help speed up work done at ASTM and would just help to inform ASTM. We believe basically that we need to really get moving, and I think luck favors the prepared in all of this. And so that was driving our recommendation in OFR 1. We don't know, we do know that the moratorium could lapse in 23. As Greg mentioned, we know that there could be some other issues that cause it to lapse. And this industry is very busy, obviously, and needs to put some maybe more attention to the standards rulemaking as we approach the end of the moratorium.
And I think, Robbie, it's Mike Moses, maybe just to add some context in support of that, right? I think number 5 is geared more towards the standards work. And then number 1 is what specific rules would be written in regulation from those.
Thank you, Mike.
So I think number 1 is targeted much more at what these upcoming rules are going to be.
Exactly. And to be clear, that this SRC would be formed by FAA, whereas the ASTM group should certainly inform what we're doing, but it is not of FAA.
Robbie, just a quick follow-up. This is Anne. You mentioned with the recommendation on number 1, more diverse voices in any sort of rulemaking committee. Have you defined what the diversity might look like, or what kind of categories of individuals you'd want participating?
No, I don't think we've gone that far. We looked at maybe scope, what scope could be included with the SRC, but we did not look at the different participants. I think we had the aviation rulemaking committees in mind, so probably very similar participants to the ARCs.
Any other questions?
Yeah, Greg, I have one. It's Clay.
Sure.
So I understand there was a healthy debate within ASTM about whether all operators are on board with the voluntary reporting structure at this time. Did you see any indication of that in your work? Thanks.
Well, to be clear, our call is that companies begin to develop internal systems that by defining what a voluntary reporting system would look like, we give them the opportunity to make sure that their internal reporting systems are compliant with an eventual voluntary reporting system. We're not saying when that goes into effect. We believe that's inevitable and reasonable at some point. We do acknowledge that, in particular, due to the unique characteristics of the vehicles in question and the small number of participants in the industry now, it's somewhat difficult to anonymize information that might fall into to that database. But again, it's a voluntary system.
Thank you.
Greg and Robbie, I have one more question. So I think it's recommendation 4 about the ASAP example. Are there any specific hallmarks or key items in the ASAP that you feel were really relevant towards a spaceflight voluntary system?
Well, I'd say in general, the fact that it's been very successful, the way that the reporting system worked in concert with NASA, I think was valuable. Robbie, is there anything you want to add to that?
No, I think that's good. That covers it, Greg.
And this is Mike. So I think, one of the challenges of that one is going to be the purpose, right? So in the aviation side, you have multiple users of a similar airframe with multiple operation systems, control systems, training systems, and you get a great diversity of input to be able to evaluate. And so that sharing of lessons learned is really, really helpful. Whereas in the space industry, I think there is a much smaller subset of systems that are common. And so the suggestion is potentially, right, to focus on those common things first to get started. And maybe to go back to what Clay was asking about of, if no one ever takes action, eventually someone will force us to. So I think let's take those first couple steps down the road. There are places where I think in industry we are willing to share and not be too nervous about what that data looks like. And I think that's another lesson learned from ASAP is get started and then it'll grow as the industry grows.
Yeah, absolutely. And we realize, again, A, it's voluntary, and B, there is this huge diversity. You've got balloons, you've got vertical launch, parachute landings, horizontal launch with horizontal landings. There's not a lot in common with these systems at this point, but there are points like ECLIS and emergency egress and such that I think there's consensus, and we'll talk about that at the end.
And this is Mary Lynn. I just add, going back to that this particular point is one that we came to pretty quickly, actually early on in our conversations. And there is a listing in the report that you can download that identifies some of these areas.
Exactly. And we'll go through those slides actually after this as well. Any other questions?
Greg, this is Anne. Was there any discussion with regard to the direction in OMB Circular 119 about relying on voluntary industry standards and the direction therein?
What specifically might you be getting at?
Well, Mike had kind of hinted at it, that with regard to that eventually there'll be they have the opportunity to make things more stringent. I mean, OMB Circular 119 says it's not necessarily a way to defer regulation. So you know, in the weighing back and forth the voluntary industry standards process with OMB direction on regulation, you know, I think Mike was hitting on something where he said eventually there'll be a forcing function, and so wanted to know if that was just discussed at all in the context of the working group.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that was acknowledged. I think Mike hit to that at some point, but we're better off getting ahead of the things where we do have voluntary consensus and understanding that that we don't on all aspects.
And Ann, it's Mike. So I think that's actually like some synergy there, right? Is when we get the common set of stuff that we're going to go with standards, those are also probably the same things that we'd be coming on as recommended rulemaking. So, you know, that one leads to the other.
Great, thanks.
Any other questions? Charity, would you like to ask if there's anybody who objects to doing a vote on all the OFRs at once? And if there is, we can go through them individually. And if there isn't, we could take a vote on the SAT.
Yeah, let's go ahead and do that in the interest of time, and we do want to do a voice vote. Is there any objection to compiling the 5 OFRs presented here into one vote? If so, please raise your hand or speak up. I see no hands raised, Greg. And so with that, can I get a motion to put this to vote, please?
I would like to table the motion to put this to vote.
Thank you. Is there a second?
If you need a second, here's a second.
Thank you, Jim.
Thanks, Jim. Karina, could you do the voice call? And again, please be expeditious, yay, nay, after your name is called. Thank you.
Yes, can you hear me? I can't click my video to start. Can you hear me, Charity?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Jim Armour.
Yay.
Greg Autry.
Yay.
Bill Beckman.
Yay.
Ed Bolton. Ed Bolton, we can't hear you if you're on. All right, I'm going to keep going. We'll come back to Ed. Shanna Dale.
Yes.
Paul Dampus.
Aye.
Mary Lynn.
Aye. Aye.
Mike French.
Yay.
Christopher Hassler.
Aye.
Dale Ketchum.
Aye.
Kate Kronmiller.
Aye.
Steve Lindsay.
Aye.
Mike Moses.
Aye.
Clay Mowry.
Yay.
Dale Nash.
Aye.
Lee Rosen.
Aye.
Robbie Sabatier.
Aye.
Eric Salmer.
Aye.
Ann Zakolski.
Aye.
Let's try Ed Bolton again. Ed, can you hear us? I see that he is on, but we can't hear him.
And if you want to type in the chat, that'd be fine too.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead. Vice Chair votes yay. How does the chair vote?
I vote yay.
Great.
And we can record Ed's vote when we get a hold of him. And with that, the motion passes. So all 5 OFRs from the Safety Working Group are adopted. Well done to everyone, especially Greg and Robbie for leading the working group. And thank you very much for putting these OFRs forward. Greg, back to you to discuss the next observations.
For sure. And before I do that, I'd like to note that we've got a question or a statement in the Q&A from Katerina Koperna. And she says that she'd like everyone with any interest in joining and participating in the ASTM International to reach out to her. And her email address is KKOPERNA. That's KKOPERNA @ASTM.org. Thank you.
So Greg, I just want to let you know that Ed Bolton votes yay. And also I want to thank the ASTM group. I did join them on a call this week to connect with them. And so I'll bring those notes back to you and Robbie.
All right, excellent. Thank you so much. If we could then move to the next set of slides. The one entitled Areas of Consensus for Standard Setting in Human Commercial Spaceflight. Advance one more. Great. So these are areas of consensus that we found from, first of all, industry feedback from firms that were likely to be conducting human spaceflight soon. And by soon, we meant perhaps within the next year. Those companies were Blue Origin, Boeing, SpaceX, United Launch Alliance, and Virgin Galactic. We also looked extensively at existing standards documents from many sources. I want to thank Tom at FAA for getting an extensive list to us of those. These included ASTM and ISO documents. And of course, the existing regulations that currently apply to crew under CFR section 460. If you would advance the slide. So there were areas of cabin safety that were called out multiple times. Everybody pretty much agreed that the focus should be on the risk of the loss of crew or occupants versus the risk of loss or mission. That there needed to be standards around pressure, temperature, and humidity maintenance. These include emergency depressurization mitigation, atmospheric management, and redundant O2 supplies. That there should be occupant restraint systems, smoke and fire management, including detection and suppression. Again, we're not prescriptive on how any of these things are done, and we realize that each vehicle is unique, but everybody generally agreed that these were areas to look at for consensus. Next. For emergency procedures, there should be efficient and simple egress from the vehicle in the event of an emergency. And that there should be escape systems when needed and appropriate on vehicles that can accommodate them. There should be preparations for search and rescue and medevac in advance of launches and reentries. And of course, there should be a mishap investigation process. Next. Under ground ops and material handling, obviously, there should be guidelines around general ground safety. And that we should be looking at the hazardous operation risk to the occupants as well as adjacent operations, particularly as spaceports get busier. Next. Software, there need to be standards around software development and importantly around validation and testing as vehicles become increasingly dependent on their software operations, and software increasingly becomes a source of potential failure. Next. Testing information and training. There should be informed consent standards. Obviously, there's work being done on that. Critical personnel trained for the safety of occupants. Flight testing needs to be conducted, and qualification and testing of components, including FTS. Next. Under data standards, again, we've already discussed this, lessons learned and incident databases. Where possible, limit this to non-proprietary information and anonymized, and acknowledging the difficulty with that in this small group with a diverse set of vehicles. There should be standardized risk analysis standards, occupant risk assessment standards, collision avoidance standards, orbital debris catalog. I'm glad that we heard from Steph earlier on that. And importantly, definitions of the terminologies. There's been some good work done on that at ISO and other organizations that we can integrate into that. Next. Additionally, the standards need to stay at a performance-based level was recommended, and that prescriptive content specifics might be moved to a matrix in an accompanying guidance document. Obviously, we should leverage governmental insights. We know that doesn't always apply to commercial operations, but NASA clearly has decades of good information. Much of what FAA has done in aviation is highly applicable to what we're doing here, acknowledging that not all of it is. And we should continue the support of F-47 again with FAA representation there, and hats off to Mike and Andrew Nelson, everybody working in that group. There were a couple areas that were mentioned several times, but there wasn't necessarily consensus. One of these involves autonomy. There are those who believe that systems should be as highly automated as possible, and those who don't necessarily agree with that. And there are some who want to test to qualification limits or failure of the vehicle before flight. And there was not consensus on that, but those are areas of discussion. And with that said, that is what the Safety Working Group has to present. I thank you for your time. Given Charity that it appears we have some additional time, I think we should open to questions.
Agree. Are there any questions or comments on those last slides for Greg and Robbie?
And anybody in the Safety Working Group that wants to chime in to help answer. If there aren't, I don't want to keep us from lunch.
I'll just check the chat here one more time. I don't see any questions, Greg. I guess the question would be, what's next? You've identified some key items for human spaceflight safety. What do you feel should be occurring next for this working group?
Well, actually, Robbie and I were somewhat concerned that if we did finish our task on time and present our OFRs, that FAA might task us with something new, and we look forward to that. So actually, I might ask, FAA where they think we're going to go next. I think we've laid out a lot of work to do, and I believe COMSTAC and the Safety Working Group would be critical in working on the implementation of the 5 OFRs that we just unanimously voted on. So I think that would likely be our near-term focus. Robbie, is there anything you'd like to add to that?
Okay.
Greg, no, thank you. You were reading my mind. I guess that's what happens when you work together every day.
Again, I have to say it was really a fantastic effort, and I'm glad we got it done in time, hopefully before I go off to my next journey. Thank you, Charity.
Thank you to the whole Safety Working Group for, again, the fantastic products. Again, the white paper is on the FAA website for all those who want to read that as well, as are these slides. We are approximately 35 minutes ahead of schedule. So I would like to propose that we break for lunch here and come back at 5:05, give a full 30 minutes, and we'll be back on track. If we start a few minutes before noon, we'll have a little extra wiggle room, unless there's any objections if we would just want to do that 15-minute break.
No, I am definitely good with that. Thank you, Charity.
Okay, just being aware that some of us have to feed others other than ourselves over the lunch hour. So, okay, with that, 11:55 Eastern, we will reconvene with the regulatory working group. Thank you, everyone. Okay, can I get a thumbs up if you can hear and see me again? Okay, great. Welcome back, everyone, to the COMSTAC meeting. Next up, we have the Regulatory Working Group led by Shanna Dale and Clay Mulvey. Shanna and Clay, over to you.
Thanks, Charity. We're going to dive right in, and if we could pull up the slides for our working group. The first task that we're going to be going over today is future rulemaking priorities. And that task is really just to work with AST in regards to what are the highest priorities coming up. The immediate concern for many is Part 450 and any needed revisions or clarifications. This task has been led by Eric Stallmer with input from COMSTAC, AIA, CSF, and Coalition for Deep Space Exploration. And it's resulted in final and preliminary recommendations. For the draft recommendations, we do want to be as inclusive as possible, and this goes throughout all of the work that we've done in the working group. We want to hear from those in the public, those in the community that have not necessarily provided input thus far. That's going to be very important. Eric, I do want to thank you and your team for all the hard work that went into putting this together. You've done it on a very quick time frame. I thank you for that. And now I'm going to hand it over to Eric Stallmer to brief this task. Thanks.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you so much, Shanna. If we can go to the next slide. But basically recapping what Shanna said was that we were given the task, to sort of prioritize what future rulemaking may look like and what are some of the needs that we feel the industry is going to have. So what we did was we laid out a task plan. We identified the various strategic changes to the rulemaking process that we have seen, throughout this current rulemaking process. We initiated a survey, as Shannon mentioned, working with our friends and colleagues at AIA, Mike French and Mary Lynn at the Coalition and our members. And we felt we had sufficient or significant overlap of all the companies that have a vested interest. And then we also expanded that to make sure that everyone was kind of covered. And so we think we have a very broad group that we incorporated everyone. So we got those surveys out and we collected collected and then made anonymous the responses that we have. We shared and assessed the different responses, and then we created our priority list. So I'm going to kind of go in order of the priority list on how and what we came up with. So next slide, please. Okay, so first and foremost, what we want from the regulatory working group perspective, we really wanted to acknowledge the huge effort that was put forth by the AST staff over the past 3.5 years, maybe even longer. But certainly the timetable that we've been working with, it started with this, informal industry discussions, and then signing on to an unprecedented schedule in the SPD2. We started creating, or the AST created the first ever space-related ARCs, in addition to 2 other ARCs that they delved into. And then while initiating an accelerated NPRM process, very accelerated NPRM process that we found out. They started that process, they received very strong feedback from industry, and then they were given a timetable, and then they rushed to complete the process, for the final rule. And most of that all took place in the last 30 months. So it was really unprecedented, the work that AST has done in this rulemaking process. And all doing so while our industry continues to grow in cadence, breadth, and diversity of vehicles and otherwise. So this task, it builds on the foundation laid out by the SLRL, the rulemaking. And what we're trying to do is take lessons learned as we continue to make more perfect rules, if you will, and continue upwards. So next slide. All right. So the top priority that we really had, that we came up with, it should be obvious, is to perfect and augment the SLR initiatives using what the new charter from the DOT in the Aerospace Rulemaking Committee. So I'm going to go over some of the strategic learnings from the SLRLR. I'm tripling over my acronyms today. So the regulatory working group, in agreement with AST rulemaking, needs to become more interactive and transparent. We all agreed on that. AST should use rulemaking committees earlier and much longer to engage the industry's expertise throughout this process, and also attain consensus approaches and continue to engage with the involved stakeholders throughout the rulemaking process. And a good example that we found was the way that the Department of Commerce and NOAA handled the remote sensing rulemaking. The initial NPRM that they had was to reform the remote sensing regulations by taking a step back, involving the Office of Space Commercialization, engaging with their advisory board, the ACRS committee, and then what ended up happening was it produced a dramatically different rule that was also consistent with Space Policy Directive 2. Okay, so next slide. And we think that's just a good example to build off of, and the interaction that a lot in industry had with that. So continuing, I just want to clarify that this is not a second recommendation. This is just page 2 of the first recommendation. So building off that, we think DOT should utilize the statutory authority immediately to create, and this authority was given in the 2018 FAA authorization, to immediately create an aerospace rulemaking committee limited to the space industry, because that's really the folks that's going to most impact, and to help AST implement and build off of the SLR-LR rulemaking. So 3 points: reviewing the final rule and prioritizing any truly urgent problems that might, break the licensing process, slow down the progress that we're making. Assist in developing and reviewing several advisory circulars to accompany and simplify compliance with Part 450. I know that the advisory circulars have been a challenge a little bit, and they're growing. So we want to, assist in and help in any way possible to make that efficient. And then draft consensus improvements to Part 450 that will realize the fullest possible streamlining intended by SPD 2. So ideally, this aerospace rulemaking committee will be set up before the publication of Part 450. Okay, next slide. So then the second tier, that's a final recommendation. Now I want to come to some draft recommendations that came up through the survey, and they may need a little more flushing out and a little more attention to detail, but just some ideas that came up, and these have some overlap with some of the other working groups. So first is to revise the reentry, the launch and reentry site rules. This is Part 420 and 433 to conform with the final version of Part 450 and pursue other streamlining improvements. I know this is a task that the Innovation and the Infrastructure and Innovation Group working group is working on, so we're going to work together on that. The other area is Part 440, the liability. This part really it includes a lot of confusing provisions, and I just kind of listed, for example, many of these areas that people have highlighted that they don't see the clarity in the rulemaking, or just like a little more tightening it up a bit. And that's, the conflict between spaceports, liability management plans and regulatory requirements to waive against claims against parties, damage outside the license activity, spaceflight participant liability also needs to be addressed, and as well as maximum probable loss calculations for commercial services performed by government customers. Okay, next slide. And again, that too is page 2. There's one of the things came up is that there's no clear regulation on airspace telemetry requirements. It's only found sort of an FAA internal policy. So, and this requirement is for providing the real-time vehicle data for the FAA's air traffic control system, instead of levied on as conditions of securing airspace LOA. So, and as I understand it, the burden may be higher for commercial launches rather than government missions. So this is one of the areas that I think we'd really benefit from further discussion, further definition before we can move forward on making this a final recommendation. And finally, for the sake of time, I want to touch on the last one, the reform topic, and that's the environmental reviews. And I'll just kind of quickly, the background. Earlier this year, the White House Council on Environmental Quality published a final rule updating the process by which agencies assess environmental impacts of major decisions, and including what constitutes a major decision, for that definition. And so some license applicants have communicated concerns of the lack of the equivalence between the review process for comparable launch vehicles at different locations. So the Space Policy Directive 2 aimed at enabling a standard launch and reentry vehicles with standard payloads flying standard missions at multiple pre-approved sites. So this rule kind of necessitates consistency in the approach to and the standards for the environmental review process, consistent with the EAA process and standards. Again, this is a challenging task, and I think there's a lot of moving parts in here, but we think it's imperative to get this started soon. So there may be a role for AST or contractors with industry to help out on this. And that concludes what I have on our recommendations. And I think I'll be handing it over to Clay and Ann, possibly.
No, I think probably what Charity's going to want to do is, since we've got separate tasks divided up here, does it make sense, Charity, to entertain questions now and also take a vote on the one final recommendation coming out of this task after we get through Q&A?
Yeah, I would recommend that, given it's fresh in our minds and we just went through it, if we could have some discussion on the item up for final recommendation and any other discussion on the others for this particular task, and then take a vote.
And I'm looking at the list now to see if anybody has their hand up. Not so far.
I can kick it off if you like.
Okay.
So it seems there was some frustration that Part 50 was fast. It was not given enough time for industry to respond. Yet in the time frame of that 2.5 years, industry has leaped forward. I just want to hear kind of your perspectives on what is the right balance of speed of regulation versus industry speed of innovation, and how they need to be matched up.
I wouldn't say frustration, because be careful, it always falls in the category of be careful what you wish for. Here we have been asking for these rule changes, working with AST, and then they started and they were given a very accelerated timetable by the White House to complete this. So I think ideally it wasn't AST's choice to have to accelerate this. What our concern was, and they've performed admirably, and I guess I'll confirm that in a few weeks when we see the final product. But our concern was basically just the process on how industry was able to engage through this whole rulemaking. And as we put through, when we saw the NPRM and we put through all of our recommendations, then I think AST was able to process those. And I guess what we were asking is, hey, making sure that all of those recommendations were in there, and just the communication. So I think as this process matures, we will and through this recommendation, there'll be more transparency through the process. And I don't mean transparency in a negative way. I think, AST was acting in good faith to work with us, but just had these very tight timelines to work with.
And Eric, is it fair to say that we have lessons learned, obviously, from the process that was gone through in regards to Port 450, but it also sounds like, and I'm not as familiar with this, there's some lessons learned from the way that Department of Commerce reacted to concerns related to remote sensing regulation that was moving through. And that's something that I think could be fleshed out a little bit more over time in regards to what can be drawn from some of these other experiences that might help the process both for AST and for industry. Is that fair?
I think it's absolutely fair. I think there's, like anything, there's lessons learned. Many folks haven't done these rulemakings. It's not that common, and it's a complex process. And I think, the challenge was, I think with AST is interacting with industry was, hey, if we do this, if we answer all these questions, we are not going to hit the timeline that was given to us. We have to achieve this. So again, this recommendation that we have moving forward, this says, okay, lessons learned. This worked really well through the ARCs, through the recommendations that we had. And now, the next time we do this, or as we are making a more perfect rule, to 450, listen to us, here's our recommendation, spread out the time, whatever it takes. And we think this aerospace rulemaking committee may itch that scratch.
Just as a follow-up or a comment, I understand the FCC provides a final rule kind of preview 3 weeks prior to voting on it. I find that quite helpful to see the final rule before it's being voted on. But obviously, the FCC has a different kind of structure than the FAA. Just want to bring that up. I have a second question, and it's about this aerospace recommendation committee or rulemaking committee versus the COMSTAC itself. And how would you take this offline and talk to Jim and Tom about this as well? But Eric, where do you feel we delineate from an ARC as the COMSTAC?
So, can you hear me? Or am I muted? Okay. An ARC is not under a FACA. This is a FACA, and so I think ARCs work a little bit differently than that. So we can take those recommendations from the ARC and present them to COMSTAC, and I think could be complementary. But I think what we saw in the 3 ARCs that we had was that we were able to make those recommendations throughout the ARC and then present it back to COMSTAC.
Okay, thanks. And I note that the safety working group brought up the concept of a SARC, so Space Rulemaking Committee. Is this the same thing, or is it different, more on the aerospace side?
I don't know that the space thing exists. What we were going off of with the aerospace rulemaking committee came out with authority from the authorization bill in 2018. And I think there was some sensitivity that if you called it a space ARC, then other committees' jurisdiction other committees may think they had jurisdiction on that. So that's why they coupled it or coined it an aerospace rulemaking committee.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any other questions. Any other members have a question or comment on this item?
Hearing no other comments, I move that we vote on the final rule for this future rulemaking task.
And second.
Great. If we could back up a slide and get that on the slide so we can make sure, is it which slide was that recommendation on?
I think it's actually the second slide. This is page 2 of the recommendation. Okay. Immediately create, yes, the Aerospace Rulemaking Committee.
Okay. So we have a motion to adopt this recommendation to create an Aerospace Rulemaking Committee on the SLR-LR implementation. And we have a second. Karina, could you do the roll for voting, please?
Happy to. Jim Armour.
Aye.
Greg Autry.
Yes.
Bill Beckman.
Yes.
Ed Bolton. Ed, if you're on it, we still can't hear you, so we'll take your vote via chat, hopefully. Shanna Dale?
Yes.
Paul Dampus?
Aye.
Mary Lynn Dittmar?
Aye.
Mike French?
Yes.
Chris Hassler?
Aye.
Dale Ketchum?
Aye.
Kate Cromiller? Kate, are you back with us? Kate had to step away for a moment, so she may not be back with us. Steve Lindsay?
Aye.
Mike Moses?
Aye.
Clay Mowry?
Yay.
Dale Nash?
Aye.
Lee Rosen?
Aye.
Robbie Sabatier?
Yes.
Eric Stallmer?
Aye.
Ann Zakolski?
Aye.
Vice Chair votes yay. How does the chair vote?
I vote yes, so the motion passes. Thank you very much, Eric and the Regulatory Working Group for working on this item. Back over to you, Shanna, for the remainder of the items.
And I just saw a message from Tom. Oh, okay. Ed Bolton votes yes. And then Kate is back on if you want to get her vote on this one, or she can text.
Kate, please text your vote into the chat box, if you will. Can't hear you.
I did. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, now moving on to, if we could roll the slides, move them up so we can get to task number 2, which is defining a complete application. Now this effort was led by Clay Maury and my working group chair, and also Ann Zakolski. A lot of excellent work went into this white paper and the preliminary recommendation. My thanks to Clay, Ann, and some others who put a lot of effort into this. We really do have an opportunity here to try and thread the needle in regards to fulfilling AST's safety mission while doing it in a way that is transparent and efficient and that avoids overburdening emerging aerospace companies. And with that, I'd like to advance the slide and turn it over to Clay because I believe Ann is dealing with an emergency right now.
Thanks, Shanna. Can someone turn on my video, please? I'll start without it. Here we go. So as Shanna mentioned, task 2 here was to define a complete application under Part 413 and what is required to move from pre-application consultation to evaluation, what constitutes complete enough, what constitutes an acceptable application, and how the applicant should provide data to the FAA and how the FAA could streamline the process. As Shanna mentioned, we do have a golden opportunity here to increase efficiency and transparency in the process. We spoke with several members of industry and folks that have gone through the application process to get their input, and did a great deal of work with the FAA itself and Ann and Jared Stout and Audrey Powers from my team, and got a lot of input and really constructive work here on this issue. I would say generally there is some frustration out there of the length of the pre-application timeframe. and the ability to understand exactly what the FAA needs to complete that application process. There was a few companies that expressed some frustration over their inability to report back to management on what exactly those timeframes were and the elements needed to complete that application. So the concern here is that that pre-application process can greatly extend what is the statutory period that's allowed for review applications. So I think we've got some good context here and good feedback on things that we can do to help improve the efficiency of this process. So I think instead of going to that slide, task group number 3, we're going to try to pull up the actual white paper that we were working on and show what the recommendations were under that white paper. I know this might be a challenge for online here. If not, I'm happy to, there we go. So if we could scroll through that, the preamble here is the purpose, which I stated, and the background of pre-application and what's provided here. And if you keep rolling through this till we get down to the recommendation section. So okay, please go into, go down to recommendation 1. There we go. So the first recommendation here is that the FAA should create specific deadlines for evaluation in the pre-application consultation phase, including a formal initiation of the pre-application consultation process, with the FAA acknowledging in writing that the pre-application consultation process has begun, and a clear timeframe for when they expect the applicant to move to the evaluation phase. Usually it's typically done with a letter. Once the application consultation is concluded, the FAA should acknowledge in writing that the applicant that their initial application was received on complete enough review, and it's recommended that the FAA complete its initial review for complete enough within 2 weeks of issuing the determination, provide feedback within 30 days to the applicant. And then after that review, the FAA should provide the applicant with a determination that the application is complete enough, or as required under 14.11b, provide in writing to the application a list of concerns, missing content, or clarifications. So really looking for a checklist of items that precludes the agency from issuing a complete enough evaluation. And then lastly here, the application should be provided with a reasonable deadline for responding to those concerns outlined in a letter from the FAA, and be able to respond expediently to that. And once the issues have been reviewed and addressed in writing, the FAA should provide the applicant with an acknowledgement in writing that it's complete enough under 413. So number 2, again here, the FAA should provide in an advisory circular the specific requirements the applicant must meet to be considered complete enough to move out of pre-application consultation into the evaluation phase. The FAA should work with the industry to develop the appropriate content in this AC. And then you can go through, I won't read all of these here, but this is a list of the types of analysis, kind of the real key elements that define what the FAA is reviewing here. And so we're trying to get a sort of a checklist here for applicants to be able to follow through and understand what those major elements are and what they would look like. And then here, the FAA can request additional information from the applicant during the evaluation, but it should be limited only to the information that's not covered in the list. So it shouldn't be an exercise that goes beyond that. Number of the applicants, I think the issue here is a lot of these applicants vary in size and capability, and we're trying to make sure that smaller companies that are trying to start and get an opportunity here, they should know what's in the process, but not be overwhelmed with issues or topics that are outside the scope of this. And then finally, in recommendation, in recommendation 3, complete enough determination letter should include a notification that the statutory 180-day or 120-day review required has started as of the date of the application was submitted, and not from the day the application was deemed complete enough, and the timeline for evaluation for each of the following application areas. So, and those are listed here, I won't review them. And then in recommendation 4, Throughout the entire evaluation phase, the FAA should provide a substantial, a substantive update to the application on the status of the pending application periodically and upon request. So if you can scroll a little bit here, farther up. In the event the FAA believes the application period review must be tolled as outlined, they should provide to the applicant that on the day of the beginning of the toll, and outline that in a letter that outlines specifically the deficiencies of the application that precipitated the toll, and then how they can cure those deficiencies. And then lastly, recommendation 5, the COMSTAC recommends that the FAA eliminate pre-application consultation for licensees with active licenses that are in the process of being updated for accuracy upon certification by the licensee that there have been no technical modifications to the launch vehicle. This should help streamline and eliminate duplicative work and free up resources for the FAA. And then to the maximum extent practicable, when evaluating an application from an applicant, the active applicant applicable launch operator's license, the FAA should utilize existing environmental impact and assessment data, existing flight, ground, and system safety data, and existing information from previous policy and payload reviews for applications and applicants with active licenses or permits. So those are the recommendations. I look forward to questions, discussion. I know there were a couple of companies that did reach out to me over the past few days, and if any of those want to chime in, please provide some comments.
Clay, well, we've got some others waiting to chime in. I did want to at least bring up the topic of, you and I had discussed how long you guys at Blue Origin were in process. And I think that's an important data point to provide, because if I was still at AST, even being outside, I was surprised by the length of time. And that's why I think this tasking is critically important, so that we can provide certainty for the applicants. We still obviously want to have flexibility for AST. Having said that, I do think it's important now for AST leadership to hear what I heard from you, Clay.
Sure, thanks, Jen. I won't go too deeply into the details here, but suffice it to say, it's been a long process, well over a year. And back and forth with a lot of documents transferred, with a lot of very useful comments from the FAA, but extensive comments. And even when we got to the final phase and we got complete enough, we still had 6 pages of comments that came back even with that. And so it's been exhaustive, I would say, from our standpoint. And the problem is, as I described earlier, it's very difficult for us to come back to our management and actually describe about, well, where is this going to end and what's it going to be, and what do we still need to do to get this thing over the goal line. And so this has been, I think, somewhat of our frustration, is that it's been a long process. I won't say that they're not a great interlocutor, they are, but it's been exhaustive and tough to gain scope and to be able to work resources, I think, on both sides of the table, both at the FAA and with companies like Blue Origin, to make sure that we can have the resources we need to get this thing over the line and get the application done at the end of the day.
Thank you. I'm going to pull up and see anybody has their hand raised. Were there any comments that other companies wanted to make in regards, or any of the COMSTAC members in regards to the preliminary recommendations that Clay and Ann have put together? Hearing none, I do want to say thanks. Clay, you and Ann did an amazing job. This is definitely something that we need to set some boundaries around. AST wants it, industry wants it, so appreciate all of the really great work that you guys put into this. Thank you.
Our pleasure.
All right, task number 3. And this also includes preliminary recommendations, international dual licensing. So when we're able to pull up the slide deck, I want to say that this effort has been led by Mike French. and it's absolutely stellar work product. Thank you, Mike. I think these preliminary recommendations we can reflect on, discuss, and possibly refine between now and the next public COMSTAC meeting. We're looking to be as inclusive as possible with public comments from the community, and look forward to the discussion. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Mike French.
Thanks, Shanna. And I think that's important to underscore. What we'd like to do here is share what some of the feedback and potential recommendations we put together with the idea that welcome the broader COMSTAC's thoughts on it, as well as the public, before we move on to voting on recommendations in the future. So what are we talking about here? What we're talking about, this is the situation where a US launch provider is looking to launch from a non-United States jurisdiction. And so in this case, there's going to be elements of the regulatory landscape they'll have to, rules they'll have to follow at that non-US jurisdiction, but they'll also be, because they're a US operator, FAA AST also has jurisdiction. And so what we were asked to look at is, in this situation, is there a way to minimize the duplicity of where duplicativeness of where a launch provider will have to get something from AST, have to get a license or approval from AST, and also from the non-US entity. So that was the framework we're given. And want to go to the next slide, please. And so what did we do? So what we did is we took a look. AST's international division has actually done quite a lot of work here and a lot of thinking on this, and they've put together several white papers that we reviewed. There's also some existing MOUs between AST and some non-US jurisdictions in this area that we looked at as well. We also conducted some interviews with AST staff, as well as with several members of launch industry and some former government officials as well. And so from that, what we did is we put all those findings together, and we shared it with our regulatory working group for input. And that leads us to what I'll be sharing with today. And like Shanna said, we'll then be seeking further comment from you all on this. So first, I'll go into some of the potential recommendations. The first one is to endorse. AST has been not just for dual use cases, but for domestic launch cases as well. AST has been looking at a launch campaign and deciding what level of what inspections and what type of inspections need to take place at that launch site for any launch campaign. In the international arena, this can have some major positive benefits. And an example here is, for example, with Rocket Lab and their launches out of New Zealand, AST is currently making an assessment of which parts of those launch campaigns need on-site inspections, which can be done at some different cadence, or which can be done remotely from here in the United States. From our assessment of what AST has been doing and the folks we talked to, this was a welcome sign and seems to be preserving the safety requirements and licensing requirements, but doing so in a more effective manner. And so the first recommendation here would be to endorse AST continuing this type of activity and these type of risk-based assessments for inspections. So that's the first item. The second item, and this fits really well with what Clay was just talking about. When we looked at some of the lessons learned from past international work, there's a good deal of government to government activity that has to take place. For example, trade agreements and technical export exchange agreements. And these things can be multi-year government to government discussions. If you think about that in the context of an applicant putting in entering the pre-application process, the government to government part could take much longer than the statutory time period for a license. And so the recommendation here is that you might want to have a situation, or you recommend that what AST will do is, if they see that there are certain US operators that have made steps to look to launch a new non-US jurisdiction, that AST works with the State Department and decides that it's further enough along or far enough along, almost could model what Clay discussed, that AST and state would invest in those government-to-government government-to-government discussions to get that started, so it won't be the long pole in the tent when the application process itself gets formally begun. From those discussions, the UK seems to be in this position right now. And in fact, credit to AST. AST has been actively talking to the UK, as has the State Department. They have a trade agreement in place, and so it's a nice model for the type of idea that we heard from here. Our next item is, in some cases, a U.S. operator will have to get licenses from several different U.S. entities aside from AST. And the one example we heard about here was if you're seeking a permit that may happen in the ocean, in which case you might have other U.S. government entities, such as the Department of Interior, for example, would have a potential rulemaking impact. In that case, the recommendation here was for AST to be the leader in interface with the U.S. provider, and could work as sort of a one front door in working through some of these other licensing regimes that a launch operator may not typically work with those agencies. So that was the next recommendation. Next slide, please. And then some other items here. I'll march a little faster through some of these. So the first one is, if you have a case where you're launching from a country that doesn't already have a comprehensive set of recommendations, regulations, the recommendation here is that AST would work to establish an MOU that would get the non-US jurisdiction to agree to using AST's licensing regime for the time being. So obviously, this would eliminate the dual licensing by essentially adopting an AST framework. There's only so much, of course, that AST can do here, right? It'll be up to the non-US jurisdiction to accept this, but our recommendation would be to encourage AST to take that position. The second item here is where you meet that threshold that you see a US operator likely to operate in a non-US jurisdiction, that AST would work to work very closely with that non-US jurisdiction to look at their existing framework and outline which aspects of that regulatory regime AST will consider to meet its own requirements. And so this would happen normally. This would happen today, but it's going to happen later in the process when the operator is well down the point of identifying a launch site, likely having already worked quite a bit with the non-US jurisdiction. The idea here would be that AST would engage really at a regulatory review of the other non-US jurisdictions framework, so that without having to look at a particular launch site, particular vehicle, et cetera, AST could provide the US launch entity with a fairly clear outline of those things that it knows will already meet its rules, right? It would provide a nice baseline for the industry, for the US launcher to then decide the level or take an assessment of the level of dual licensing that'll have to occur. And then from there could certainly negotiate, with both entities. The next one is related to this. It's simply that in the non-US jurisdictions where there are regular frameworks in place or being developed, that AST encourages that framework to allow these types of MOUs and recognition agreements that I just talked about. The next one is a little different. So in this case, if you're a launch operator, under the AST regulatory framework, you're going to have some required cross waivers. When working with non-US jurisdictions, this can often be problematic, and the non-US jurisdiction may not understand the necessity of those. As the launch provider, you're in a bit of a tight spot because AST requires it, and now you're in the place of having to negotiate across these international actors. And so the recommendation here would simply be to get AST and State Departments help in educating the non-US entities in why this is required, why this is part of the AST process, to take some of that burden off of the launch provider. If you go back real quick, our last one here is that the last recommendation is that in negotiations in discussions with non-US launching territories, that there could be benefit if AST had a detailed set of templates, really how-to guides that they could offer non-US jurisdictions to help them craft their rules in such a way that would minimize dual licensing. So those are our main recommendations. I'll go to the final slide and go through this one quickly. So there's a couple items here where there's maybe something to do here, but it'll likely take some more work, or some more work either by industry or academia or AST itself. The first was just an encouragement to see if there's lessons learned on the international side for the great deal of coordination that occurs there. The second is tied to what Eric Stallmer talked about, which is the looking at the environmental assessment process and whether any of the government-wide efforts to streamline that process could apply here. Again, this may, this is a much broader issue than likely launch. And then two potentially large statutory changes that were raised. The first is you could look at the statutory definition of US citizen, in which case you could eliminate dual licensing altogether by not having AST involved here. This would certainly take quite a bit of study and congressional action, and so may be beyond the scope for this assignment. And then finally, tied to the environmental side, whether a statutory executive order change would help ease or minimize the same burden that we talked about from the environmental position. So those are the findings or potential findings we had. And like I said, we want to open this up and leave it open for a bit so we could get additional industry and public input before we move to recommendations. Thank you.
And we'll check and see, Mike, do we have any questions, comments from COMSTAC members? I will say just real quickly, this is an issue that is only going to increase in intensity as other countries get into the business. So a lot of hard work went into this one, and we thank you for that, Mike. Anything from any of
Shanna.
the? Hey, Charity.
Hey, sorry, I can't find that hands up. I'll look for it again. So Mike, listening to, it's quite a complicated subject, I realize. To add more complication, have you looked at what the effect of any of these potential recommendations would be on kind of the outer space treaty of a launching state? Like, who is the launching state when you are dual licensed, or there's so much interaction and mixing of different regulatory systems? Any thought on that?
Yeah, so it's intertwined in the whole discussion, right? Because part of why, part of what AST, that some of the treaty obligations are really being hung on to AST here in a way, right? And so this gets to, for example, if you looked at removing the definition of US citizen from the statute requirement, right? So if you took AST out of the process, you'd quickly get into an exact question about, is this how the US is meeting its treaty obligations? Is this part of that, right? So if you got rid of that, would we suddenly need, sort of a different mission authorization framework for the launch, right? So again, I'm not saying that's the analysis, right? But I'm saying that's the kind of question that very much gets raised very quickly if you try to remove AST from the equation. And it also, and I'd say also very important to the cross waiver aspect of this as well.
Yeah, I can see if there was some sort of agreement to use another country's launching mechanism and regulatory mechanism, but still be on the hook as the launching state, that there could be some quite complicated discussions going on there. Just one point on the US citizenship requirement. Do I have that wrong, that it's based on US persons, not US citizens who launch outside of the US? That might be something we just add on to that. I do agree that would be maybe a step too far to redefine that.
Yeah, that was the that exact definition is the one that I think is just raised by sort of one of our commenters here, that would be the one you dive into. But sort of in general, it's the idea of changing the statute for AST to not have jurisdiction, right? Sort of put simply. And again, it'd be certainly a very significant change and require some work given the need for Congress here.
Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, thank you, Mike. A lot of really great work. We appreciate it. And now I'd just briefly like to say the Spaceport Regulatory Reform Task that will be briefed during the I&I working group. I want to extend my thanks to the Regulatory Working Group members. This effort was led by Jim Armour, assisted by Kate Kronmiller, and also with support from Bill Beckman. They put a lot of work into this one, and want to thank you for all the effort. A lot of good product. So that will be briefed during I&I working group. And with that, back to Charity.
Thank you, Shanna. Thanks to the entire regulatory working group. It's clear you have put a lot of thought into these recommendations and draft recommendations, and we definitely look forward to the next meeting where we will vote on many of these. So thank you. Next up is the Infrastructure and Innovation Working Group led by Paul Damphouse and Lee Rosen. Paul, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Charity. Appreciate it. We got a good comm check. You guys can hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay, great. Well, I'd like to start by thanking the working group members who have put in a great deal of work over the summer on each of these topics, particularly Lee Rosen, our co-chair. I'd also like to thank Ed Bolton for coming on board and coming up to speed so quickly. It's really only been about 6 weeks, and he's already immersed himself into the working group. Thanks to you, Charity, and Karina for your leadership, and of course, Tom and Jim for your assistance through everything. I think through all of our meetings that we've had throughout the summer, I think each of you guys have been on there, so it's been a phenomenal level of support. As you all know, we started off with 4 topics. They got rejiggered around just a little bit. Our 4th topic, our R&D topic, has been reworked, and I think we're going to talk about that later in the meeting. But of the remaining 3, we plan to vote on one of those at this meeting. As you'll see, that these topics are critically important, not only for the commercial space industry, but they're really cross-cutting across the national security space and civil space enterprises as well. So as we dig into those, I think there should be some good discussion and some good Q&A. So just doing a quick run through of our topics. The first one was FAA Office of Spaceport, and that's led by Dale Nash, the CEO of Virginia Commercial Spaceflight Authority. Our separate topic is led by Dale Ketchum from Space Florida, and that is dealing with the National Spaceport Authority. And as Shanna had just indicated, our 3rd topic is a joint topic with the Regulatory Working Group, led on our side by David Carnes and with Jim Armour and Kate Kronmiller from the Regulatory Working Group. And because David isn't able to make the meeting today, I'm going to lean on Jim and Kate for making some comments. So let me just do a quick run through of the activities that we've done since the last meeting. As we talked about at that meeting, our plan was to identify leads for each of these topics, develop some very robust work plans, develop a document review, and a list of subject matter experts with whom we would engage over the summer. The documentation review has been very thorough, particularly on a couple of these topics. It includes documents that we've even gotten new information on in the last several weeks. So some of these are very dynamic topics. We had a number of subject matter experts from industry, individual citizens, from the FAA, and from U.S. Space Force as well. So a good cross-cutting of subject matter expertise was gained by the group. Our plan was to get our writing done in the month of July, and I think we accomplished most of that, and just kind of rounding out some things in the month of August. And again, we presented our drafts, and what you'll see here is one of these topics is final and ready for a vote, and the other two will take some input and present those in the spring meeting as final. So what I'd like to do is, as we go through this, I will introduce each topic and then introduce the topic lead, who will then talk about the activities that we did and the findings, observations, findings, and recommendations for each of those topics. We'll then open it to discussion, and for this first topic, we'll open it to a vote as well. So kicking right off, the first topic, again, is the FAA Office of Spaceports. And again, this is a fairly mature topic. We did have some semblance of this that we discussed in the last COMSTAC. So this is the one that's we think is ready for prime time for a vote. So again, our task was to recommend changes, if any, to the existing Space Transportation Infrastructure Matching, or STIM, grants program, define how that program or a similar spaceport infrastructure funding mechanism might work, to include eligibility criteria for grantees, qualified uses of funds, funding, and preferred funding sources. So our recommendation from the I&I working group is that we recommend the U.S. government create a federal program for funding improvements at spaceports. And if we can go to the next slide, I'll introduce Dale Nash from the Virginia Spaceport Authority, who has done a tremendous amount of work on this topic. And again, I think that we've got something that's ready for the public and for a vote. So Dale, over to you, please.
Okay. Everyone hear me? Thanks, Paul. Throughout the history of the United States, the government, Congress in particular, has supported every other form of transportation through federal funding for infrastructure improvements. We all know about the interstate and highway system. The railroads were supported, continue to be supported. Sea transportation, seaports, air transportation and airports. The spaceports are the next form of transportation that is really taking off. Unfortunately, there is no such program right now for space or spaceports. So that leaves the spaceports entirely dependent upon state and local or private investment, or I should say the occasional ad hoc investments that come from NASA, DoD, or others. So it's not a guaranteed funding stream where you can come up with 20% matching funds and see an 80% matching from the federal government, which is critical in all other forms of transportation. I know Space Florida is rebuilding a bridge to get into Kennedy Space Center and utilizing the transportation matching funds in the highway program. We are looking to build a seaport at our spaceport, and that's under the Department of Transportation, the Marine Administration System, and to be able to see 80% matching funds makes a significant difference in what you can plan and look forward to. Anyway, in order to match anticipated future demands in the U.S., and it's good we're working on licensing with foreign countries, but this is really about how do we keep our capability here and how do we grow our capability so we can keep the launches here from the U.S. and bring additional launches in. So over the last decade, there's been a lot of discussion, probably a lot longer than the last decade, but the last decade I've been involved with a lot of people about how can we get matching funds? What can we do to get those in place? And some of the options are probably first and foremost, how can we create a spaceport specific program similar to the airport improvement program, excuse me. And can we renew the focus on the space transportation infrastructure matching grants program that was around for a little while and had a small amount of money actually appropriated, not nearly as much as authorized? Can we create a new matching program and have that administered under the FAA AST Office of Spaceports, which is the governing authority and has the expertise and knowledge of where we've been with spaceports. Next slide. Oop. Let's see. So I think I missed a bullet. Go back one slide. Okay. and this is a key one, the bottom one. You have DOD and you have the Department of Transportation, you have others that have helped with spaceports and spaceport improvements. Can we get the two of those to work together to help share the costs for improvements of spaceports that will benefit the government and definitely benefit the commercialization of space? Next slide. Okay, so the STEM was a great first effort to make federal funding available to non-federal spaceports, but it really wasn't funded in the long run. We believe that the group here still believes that the matching grants program is the right way to go. It has certainly worked in other forms of transportation, and it encourages state and local investments with the matching grants from the federal government. We believe that this could be achieved through updating or reinvigorating the STEM program, or through creation of a new grants program that would be run through the Office of Spaceports in AST. That's also the U.S. government, as I mentioned, institutional knowledge base. We also believe that such a program would need to be subject to annual congressional appropriations for quite some time. This is necessary until there's enough launch activity across the different spaceports to generate money sufficient to the and warrant an AIP type program. And I'll talk a little more about the history of that, and eventually hope to become self-funding. Some of the items that certainly should be considered in the grant criteria is very much like other matching grants program. The level of existing launch activity at the spaceports, availability of local funding to support them and meet the matching grants, and assurance that grants will be awarded for capital improvement, not operational expenses. So background on the AIP or airports, which is probably the closest program for funding of spaceports. Even if as Congress moves out on this, it will need to be a multi-year program. The history of airports started really back in the 1930s when the federal government invested $150 million a year in the 1930s, and that's roughly equivalent to $2 billion in today's dollars, to support airport development projects and following World War II, continuing that through the 1960s. The federal government had an airport development through the Federal Aid to Airports program. Can you still hear me? My computer went dead.
We can hear you, Dale.
We can still hear you, Dale, but it looks like you froze up your video.
Okay.
We can still hear you fine. Bye.
So I'll continue to talk, and hopefully my computer will come back to life. So this went on in the 60s through the Federal Aid to Airports program. And also, they invested very heavily in converting military airfields into civil airports. Hence, you fly out of Orlando and it's MCO. I can't remember what the M stands for, but it was a military airfield. Looks like I'm back. The Airport Airway Trust Fund, AAFT, was created in the 1970s to provide grants for planning and development related to capital improvements to state and local airports. However, that trust did not become self-sustaining until at least 1982, and that is when the AIP program, as it exists now, was created. So we feel like that's a great model to follow. We feel like if you look back in history, the airports were not, the AIP program was not self-sustaining, and it is entirely appropriate that the space transportation is the next thing that Congress consider funding. And there have been some very significant investments by Florida, Virginia, other states, New Mexico, Alaska, and others who want to get into it, and it would be enhanced greatly by a matching funds program. And Congress has shown some interest in this. Congressman Garrett Graves from Louisiana introduced legislation that would establish a pilot program at FAA to issue grants to operators of space launch sites to help pay for construction, repair, maintenance, infrastructure, and facilitization of those sites. Well, it was unsuccessful in getting included in the House's latest transportation package. It is likely that he, and we hope others, will try again in the future. So we believe the time is right, probably been right for several years. This whole industry is beginning to grow considerably, and we want to make sure that we have the capability in the U.S. to launch rockets built in the U.S. or elsewhere that want to come here. So I'm open for questions, and then I'll make a motion that we accept this recommendation.
Okay, we'll open this up for discussion, and I will look for hands being raised.
Okay.
Nope. I don't see any hands raised. I don't see a.
Hey, Paul, it's Mike Moses. I was trying to jump in.
Oh yeah, go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, sure. So for Dale, one question. I mean, I think this is a great program, right? And I think we'd like to see it. I guess the challenge I see is when you, like in the airport world, switch to a industry self-funding option, right? There's not nearly as much incentive for a spacecraft operator to have their improvement dollars be spent on someone else's spaceport, unlike an airport where you're probably going to end up operating there someday. Have you guys talked about, what that funding mechanism might be other than just congressional appropriations?
Well, if we follow the airport model, and we will have to, it will probably be decades before it is self-funding. And then the question, in airports, it's a fuel fee. They may have to reconsider if they get to electric propulsion on the aircraft. I'm not sure what the fee is, but we feel like it will be congressionally funded for some time to come, and that probably well after my career and maybe after yours, there will be a model as to what kind of funding starts to flow into that to get it self-funding.
Okay, thanks. I just, maybe we are looking pretty far down the road, but that is one hesitation I would have is setting a course that dictates that it probably follows that same funding model. And I don't know if a note in the recommendation that the funding stream would potentially be unique as well would make me feel a little bit better, but it's not. I don't think that's a mandatory act, just a discussion item. Thanks.
So I actually do have the hands up now, and I see Mike French. So recognizing you, Mike.
Right, thank you. Question is, do you have a sense of the scale of what this is, and you imagine this would be, and is this hitting against AST's budget? Thanks.
No, it would need to be separate. We would certainly hope it would be in the $50 million range to begin with.
But to be given through AST, though, that would be to AST or out of a different agency. Not the source. Where would it go? Who would control those funds?
AST. Our belief is AST would administer it, but like AIP, it would need to be a very specific fund set up for matching grants.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. And I see Karina has a question. Recognizing you, Karina.
Yes, thank you so much, Dale, for your hard work on this topic and your report. I just wanted to clarify something. I recognize that you're using AIP as an example, not necessarily recommending that any funding come out of AIP. One of the things I wanted to see if you could clarify is whether you're recommending that grants be made available to both licensed and non-licensed spaceports, or licensed only spaceports. Thank you.
I would think that it would be licensed, but as Congress comes out with it, it may be those who are aspirational as well. I don't know if any the competition, I'm told, is very fierce for the AIP, and we are not asking for any AIP money. Last go around, there was a confusion on that when we said AIP type program. But there will definitely need to be criteria set up, and a lot of the criteria that get you to a license probably is similar to what would help you qualify for the grants. So I don't think it's exclusive to licensed spaceports only, but you need to be headed toward being a licensed spaceport. Here, we're probably talking the details when we just need to get over the concept of, I think we recommend a funded program. Details will need to be worked out as we go through it. But as of right now, we're the only real form of transportation without a matching grants program. And I guess if the answer comes back, no, never, then some of us have lived in that environment and will continue to live as we go forward. But we think this will benefit all.
So, and I think there was also a key discriminator on one of the slides there. Yeah, I believe it's still up on the screen. And that grants would be awarded for capital improvements and not operational expenses. So that sort of dovetails into the discussion of licensed versus non-licensed. I do have a comment from the public regarding space support vehicles as spaceport users. In the context of an AIP, Dale, if you'd want to make some comments about that and the speed at which we could adopt an AIP derivative in the context of space support vehicles. And I think that maybe, looking at things like air-launched architectures, some non-space launch, but aviation type of assets. So if you want to address that question from the public. Dale.
Well, I think the AIP program is fairly broad in what it allows to be, grants to be used on. There probably needs to be some clear line between spaceport grants and what it's used on. I'm not sure if that expands to a shopping mall outside the spaceport, but there are a lot of things associated with the spaceport that certainly can qualify and should qualify as something available for matching grants.
Sure thing. And I see Chris Hassler has a question. Chris, over to you.
Yeah, one of the things that in reviewing some of the safety issues is to be mindful that some of these safety issues, actually their mitigation activities start at the spaceport. It has to do with fuel storage, pyrotechnic storage, making end-to-end test available in a EMI, RFI safe environment while they do their pre-launch checks. And I didn't think you specifically addressed that maybe some of this money could be done to improve safety at the spaceport. I would think that that would garner political support, particularly if you're near a metropolitan area.
Well, maybe I didn't address it because I assumed that that would absolutely qualify. The grant I received in Alaska, the STEM grant, was for a rocket motor storage facility up there for safe storage. So I would not exclude anything that you mentioned there as being something that would be available to qualify for STEM or for matching grants.
Maybe just to sell the idea that might need to be mentioned, it would strengthen your hand, I would think.
Anything we can to strengthen that. It's in the charts we have here. I can give you a list of 50 or 100 things, many that are safety, many that are definitely operational. I don't disagree. I don't know as we go rewrite another bullet on that right now.
Okay, looking for any other questions or discussions. I don't see any hands raised.
I just want to clarify, is there a recommendation to amend this recommendation?
I don't think so. I think it can stand as written for the vote today, but going forward in people's efforts to market it, it might want to be amended or have a codicil amplifying what we may all presume to be obvious, but going forward to gain the political support congressionally, you may have to mention it.
Okay. I would like to make a motion that we pass this recommendation.
This is the other Dale, and I second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on the recommendation on the first topic.
Can we put the recommendation on the slide, please? This is the discussion slide.
And I should make a note as we're doing that there is a white paper that is associated with this recommendation that I believe has been loaded up to the public site.
Okay, Karina, could you do the roll, please?
For two, Jim Armour,
Vote yes.
Greg Autry, Greg, are you still with us?
Yeah, sorry, mute problem. I vote yes.
Thank you. Bill Beckman. Bill, are you still with us? Your mute is still on. I'm going to come back to Bill. Ed Bolton. He votes yes via chat. Shanna Dale.
Yes.
Paul Dampus.
Aye.
Marilyn Dittmar.
Aye.
Mike French.
Yes.
Chris Hassler.
Aye.
Dale Ketchum,
Aye.
Kate Cronmiller.
Aye.
Thank you, Kate. Steve Lindsay,
Aye.
you. Mike Moses,
Yes.
Clay Mowry,
Yay. Sorry, double muted.
thank you, Clay. Dale Nash,
Aye.
Lee Rosen. Lee may have left us. Lee, are you with us? All right. Robbie Sabatier,
Yes.
Eric Stallmer,
Yes.
Ann Zakolsky.
Yes.
Okay. Bill Beckman, are you?
Yes.
Thank you.
Sorry about that.
Thank you. Vice Chair votes yes. How does the chair vote?
I vote yes, and so the motion carries. We will take this recommendation to the FAA. Thank you so much, Dale Nash, for your support on this and for the I&I working group on getting this past the line. Thank you.
Thank you.
Paul, back to you for the next item.
Very good. And just bear with me just a little bit because I'm on single screen operations today, so I'm moving some things around. So if we could go to the next, actually couple of slides ahead, going to topic 2. We never refer to him as the other Dale. They're both Dales equal, but Dale Ketchum is our topic lead for the National Spaceport Authority. Obviously, I believe this one's going to garner a great deal of discussion, and it was really great to have General Burt chime in today on something that, again, is really cross-cutting and is very important as we move these topics forward. So the task that we were given regarding the National Spaceport Authority was to provide input on how a National Spaceport Authority covering both the eastern and western ranges should be organized to protect public safety and benefit the commercial space transportation industry. Our response on this, and again, this is not one that we will be voting on, but our response on this is that this concept holds much promise, and we endorse the working group concept as a vehicle to drive this idea through to its full development. However, additional understanding is required to fully grasp how it would be implemented and if it would achieve its very aspirational yet essential goals in the future. More time to incorporate additional perspectives and stakeholder deliberations is encouraged. And I will add that some of those perspectives and deliberations were continuing into the several weeks before before this fall meeting. It's an ongoing topic, and so I will hand it over to Dale Ketchum from Space Florida to talk us through this topic. Dale, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Paul. First, a little bit of background, because everybody's not intimately familiar with this. The Air Force has been struggling for some time now to address a better governance model for spaceports because they feel as though it is a distraction from their core mission of national security space issues and supporting the warfighter. They're spending a lot of time and money and bandwidth focusing on roads, commodes, commodities, leases, things of that nature. And this is their an initial effort to explore better governance models for the future so that they can take advantage of the growth of the commercial sector, which, you know, both NASA and the military are acutely aware of the fact that the innovation and agility, responsiveness of the commercial sector is really driving so much of what they need to meet their mission requirements, whether it's national security space or exploration for NASA. So I think as the response indicates to task number 2, we are really anxious to take a little more time and do a deep dive on this because it's going to be critically important to the future of the nation and how we proceed. The questions that have been raised so far is, at least the first one and most glaring is, as General Burt referred to this morning, they're putting out an interagency letter to the FAA, Department of Commerce, NASA, and other federal agencies associated with this. And our first observation is you're trying to make this governance model better for the commercial industry. it would be a good idea to bring industry in and sit at the table while these discussions are occurring, because they have some input into this, and they're the reason this whole effort is ongoing. From my own personal perspective, I think it would be critically important as well to have states at the table, because I think, as Space Florida demonstrates on a regular basis in our industry, states have a very powerful toolkit that can facilitate where the nation wants to go in the future. But our primary recommendation, even at this early stage, is there need to be more people at the table than just federal agencies. The other observation, again, close to my heart down here, is the concept of merging KSC and the Cape Canaveral Air Force Station into a single governance unit that can address collectively the needs of the commercial industry that we're trying to cultivate. I think that makes, obviously that simplification would be a significant step forward in the eyes of industry, so they don't have two landlords with two different sets of books and challenges. And it would enable, again, the idea being that it would enable NASA and the Air Force to focus their efforts on their core mission of exploration and supporting the warfighter, as opposed to these distractions, like the Dale Nash mentioned earlier, our efforts to try to repair a NASA bridge, because repairing bridges is not really something NASA, I don't think anybody joins NASA wanting to be in the bridge maintenance business. But additionally, it's also very important, again, having been down here my whole life, at least at the Cape, there are some key equities for the Fish and Wildlife Service and the National Park Service that need to be addressed, because there's a real jewel of environmental landscape down here that needs to be understood. They need to have a seat at the table as well. This is where the nation decided to go to space, and that's why the land was taken by the federal government back in the 60s. But they too have a role in this, and we need to preserve what they have. The bonding and financing issue, again, gets to a core of what my understanding is from Space Florida perspective. It's that bonding and financing capability that is a real sweet spot for the state of Florida in our ability to provide monies to the growth of that commercial sector. And what that ultimate governance model looks like, I think is going to, if it's going to succeed as we all hope it does, is going to need to be very attentive and make sure we're bringing a full suite of tools to the commercial sector so that they can flourish, not only to continue to support national security and exploration, but to make sure the United States remains the leader in space and doesn't put that at risk. There's a number of other issues. Eminent domain, I mentioned that just because I live in this community. That would get them a little, having clarity to that is important. There's a great deal of ambiguity regarding the Department of Transportation Section 4F and its application out here. That's caused a great deal of confusion relative to what was the intent of Congress in putting that there. And it's impacting NASA, and our interpretation of that is it was not intended to apply, and getting that problem addressed and solved and providing clarity is going to be essential going forward. But again, that's to be negotiated. How does this move towards what the statement of the federal government becoming more a tenant and a customer as opposed to a landlord and an operator? And this is a good sort of first step, but the intent of being a tenant and a landlord enabling you to, a tenant and a customer focused on your mission requirements, how do you separate that from your existing status as a landlord and an operator? Again, to be worked out. And there's also some question about where else this might apply. I'm not sure I understand that entirely, but that's an issue that needs to be addressed. I think the most critical and probably the hardest thing for us to do and address, and the hardest thing for everybody involved, is going to be how do we not kill the golden goose? because as General Raymond has stated rather assertively, keeping the commercial enterprise growing and thriving on these spaceports is absolutely essential. That's the reason we're doing all this. But establishing what is the national security imperatives and having clear definitions and expectations that the commercial operators can understand and work with is going to be key to getting us where we want to go. And that is going to be very hard to do. Additionally, there are concerns that I know I've heard that establishing a national spaceport with Vandenberg and the Cape does that create an environment where the federal government wants to compete with the non-federal ranges? And again, that's a challenge, how that's mitigated and addressed. And if nothing else, at least identifying, providing clarity of definition and expectations so people understand the universe going forward and why things are what they are. I think it's an exciting concept. I don't want to go into too much detail because this is an interim step. There's going to be a lot of work to do. There was on the last slide, it references Commercial Spaceflight Federation doing a white paper on national spaceports. I'll take responsibility for being a part of the confusion. It's my understanding Commercial Spaceflight Federation is working on a white paper relative to ranges of the future, which was the first topic that General Burt addressed today. So, and that is a very similar, and there's a lot of overlap, but there's a difference between ranges of the future and spaceports of the future. So having introduced that level of confusion in there, I apologize, but this is an exciting concept, one about which I think we've matured enough to know that this needs to happen. But there's a lot of work and a lot of conversation and a lot of potentially conflicting agendas that need to be worked out before we get there. But like I said, it's exciting. We're going to have some fun. Any questions?
Okay, we will open this topic up for discussion. And I'm looking for some hands. Not seeing any hands come up for discussion.
Well, it's after lunch, so.
Yeah.
Dale's Charity, what would you say are the next steps immediately for the working group on this?
Well, ideally, I'd like to see what the Air Force provides us with in terms of a common document that we can really sink our teeth in and share with everybody to address this concept going forward, and provide some input as to what is the best mechanism for providing, at least making recommendations in terms of what's the best way to get industry and states and other stakeholders to the table while this is being hashed out. I think getting a common document, the recommendations we've had to date are a reflection of varying degrees of input and experience and understanding and exposure to this concept from a variety of members on the working group and in COMSTAC writ large. So I think it would be in the interest of everybody if we had a common starting point. So that would really help. If we need to continue to wing it, so be it, we will. But getting a document to sink our teeth into would certainly be what I'd most like next.
Any other questions? I'm not seeing any hands raised from the group.
I didn't think that was boring.
You got off easy, Dale.
Yeah,
Just
okay.
It's clear. It was clear and concise. So that was really well done. Thank you, Dale.
Okay, thank you.
Did I hear somebody else chiming in with a comment or a discussion?
Yeah, this is the other Dale. I thought you did a very good job with the subject that is like the third rail in the subway system. This obviously the eastern and western ranges for a long time have worked on how do they reduce their costs and improve their capabilities, and the launch rate is going up significantly. But while they do that, we hope they don't put everyone else out of business. So
Understand.
Yep.
Well, it wouldn't be in the nation's interest to put everybody else out of business, and I think that's a big part of why we're trying to do what we're doing.
Right. You can certainly understand why they want to continue efforts they have had in the past, and with the AFSS system, a lot of capabilities to help reduce those costs and improve efficiencies. But it's a tough subject, and you did well with it.
Yes, indeed. And, as I said, the weeks leading up to this meeting, we were still getting significant more input on this topic. So I suspect that tempo will continue, and that we will be back for the spring meeting with some very robust recommendations. So I appreciate the work done on this topic, Dale, and the quick conversation to follow. So unless there's any other discussion on this topic, we'll move to our third topic. And I think we're tracking pretty well on time right now. Okay. So as we said at the beginning, this was a joint topic that we conducted with the regulatory working group. We've had some really robust meetings between both of our groups, and I really appreciate the regulatory working group with chiming in on this topic for us. But just to review the task itself, the topic is spaceport regulatory reform, and we were tasked with researching current methods and best practices and consulting with a variety of industry stakeholders and proposing regulatory language revising how AST authorizes launch and reentry sites. So a fairly broad topic. And I think what you'll see here is a number. I think we've got 5 total interim recommendations and discussions on this. So I suspect this may take a little bit of time, but I think we are tracking pretty well on time right now. As I said, David Carnes was unable to join us today, so I will ask Jim Armour and Kate Cronmiller from the regulatory working group to help walk us through these. So Jim and Kate, over to you guys.
Okay, thanks, Paul. Good afternoon, everybody. Good discussion. I want to start by thanking my co-conspirators on the regulatory working group, Kate Cronmiller and Bill Beckman, for helping us to draft and research this. I also want to thank Karina for basically setting us up with a list of subject matter experts and helping us to prioritize that as we reached out to learn, research, and then find consensus on recommendations. And of course, Tom, for then organizing all of those subject matter expert interviews and getting them captured on paper. We did come up with sort of 5 areas of compromise and consensus, which I've tried to capture in the 5 sort of preliminary recommendations at this point. And I'm just these are not in priority order. They are just how the discussions with subject matter experts and others sort of converged. So let me just work through them one by one here. The first one was really designed to find a compromise between streamlining AST's application process for spaceports, because they put a lot of effort into it, and also reducing the cost and confusion that local communities find in aspiring to put a spaceport there. So this was supposed to try and balance the workload for AST and the cost of the local communities that aspire to having a spaceport. What the sort of the consensus decided was that there should be some sort of a gated threshold approach that creates a preliminary or a contingent space park as opposed to a spaceport. That is sort of an initial step for aspirant spaceports pursuing local economic growth, but before identifying a specific launch operator. And this was, there were a lot of discussions, both pro and con. Some felt that by adding another step, it actually increased the workload for AST. Others felt that it would make it easier so that it would reduce it. So this is an area where we really do need to do a lot more research. But the bottom line was that licensing a spaceport without a launch operator is sort of problematic for both the AST and the spaceport applicant. And that organizing this tiered approach with a space park first might be helpful. It would provide applicants increased support during each step of the process, also set more realistic expectations, provide guidance on resources and approvals needed to obtain a final spaceport license, and like we said earlier, reduce the AST licensing application backlog. So in addition, this gated threshold may invoke, well, it undoubtedly will invoke an interagency view to this future critical infrastructure. For example, the space park, not port, space park authorization process might be supported by a Department of Commerce, say the Economic Development Agency. So by calling the question here about setting up, a preliminary, we may bring an interagency process that can support this in a larger way. A couple of quick background notes. In doing the research, it looks like requiring a spaceport to have a named launch operator rather than just a concept vehicle may require a change in law to the CSLA. We're still researching that. Also, there may need to be a distinction between a launch reentry commercial market and other space economic activities that may occur at that space park. So for example, people that want to do space situational awareness or ground control support or big data analysis of data collected by satellites, that may be done at the space park, separate from the launch and reentry operations. And maybe those should be treated separately. And I will stop on that one and go on to the next one. I guess, I don't know, Paul and Charity, if you want to take questions on each one at a time, or just go through all of them.
Yeah, let's go through each one, Charity, unless you have other guidance. I think if we go through each one, then we'll know that we're going to be on time here, because we do have some robust. I think we have 4 more topics to get through here. So Charity, unless you have other guidance, we'll just press through each one of these.
Yeah, that's fine. Let's just make sure we have the opportunity to discuss any of these as well.
Absolutely.
Okay, so I'm going to press off to recommendation or consensus preliminary recommendation number 2, which was to create a flexible and strategic roadmap for U.S. spaceports, both individually and as part of a U.S. or international network of spaceports, against which to prioritize and evaluate regulations for individual spaceport applications and future grants that some of the earlier discussions have talked about. So discussion, not to overplay it here, but the AST is legally required in US Code 51 to both protect public safety, both in the national airspace and in uninvolved third-party individuals on the ground, and as well as to promote and facilitate the commercial space transportation industry. So to embrace this responsibility, the consensus was that AST should create sort of a flexible strategic roadmap for US spaceports against which they could evaluate success or shortcomings of regulations, not only for individual spaceport applicants, but in the context of a larger network of US spaceports. And then, as Mike French discussed earlier, how that could extend overseas as well. In other words, if you don't have a plan, if you don't have a vision of what you want it to look like when it's done, then it might be difficult to know if you're making progress on it. And again, we want the US launch industry to become resilient and competitive, and therefore recommend US government infrastructure investments that we've discussed in earlier ones. And that's the second preliminary recommendation. Since we're pressing on through them here, the third one actually was the strongest recommendation across all of the subject matter experts and the other interviews we conducted. Basically, it was translate Part 420, space launch, spaceports, from prescriptive to performance-based. Now, pretty much everyone we talked to had a slightly different view of that, but this was basically as a part of the overall performance-based approach that we've discussed on almost every one of the areas so far. Also, one of the considerations was to move the ground safety burden of proof under the spaceport operator, not the launch or reentry operator, similar to the way airports are done today. And again, this move to performance-based regulation was a strong and consistent industry input across the board. Number 4, we talked a little bit about environmental reviews. I think, Eric, you talked about that earlier. And that popped up in the spaceport regulatory reform discussion as well. And the recommendation was to generalize the environmental and hazard portions of the spaceport licenses, like is done by aircraft and airports, such that they can acknowledge and incorporate state and local regulations. As a part of, again, moving to a performance-based approach, AST should acknowledge that state and local regulations on hazardous materials and operations can be leveraged to meet the Part 420 goals for a particular site. There was confusion with respect to other regulations, DoD regulations and others. And AST really we didn't feel have enough experience or resources to evaluate all these, highly detailed environmental and hazard protection things. So allowing that to be delegated to the spaceport in a performance-based approach, we thought might be a good approach. And then the last recommendation, or preliminary consensus recommendation, was to work. This one was actually more of a detailed regulatory reform item, which was for FAA to work with the Department of Commerce and in the interagency and modify the statute that allows for maximum probable loss liability coverage to cover state and local assets in addition to private and federal assets. This was often referred to as filling the donut hole on liability coverage for the state and local assets, which we all felt would positively affect state and local spaceport investment if the federal government covered this small delta. It does require legislative changes, so this would be a tough one to hoe, and we're still researching exactly how that could be done. And that sort of concludes the 5 preliminary recommendations, and I'll await any comments or questions.
Thank you, General. Appreciate it. Any discussion from the group? We got through that fairly quickly, and there's a lot to digest there.
There certainly is.
Absolutely. Yeah. And so I see a question from Karina.
Yes, General, thank you so much. And again, I just wanted to state, like, you're the amount of work that you and Kate have done and Bill have done on this topic area is remarkable, considering you came in not knowing much at all about commercial spaceports and regulation.
Show.
No, it's fantastic. I think the product is really wonderful. I just had a quick kind of clarification question. One of the recommendations that you made, that you said you sort of got unanimous support on from the folks that you talked with, was making 420 more performance-based versus prescriptive. You gave an example of that when you talked about the environmental aspects of spaceport licensing. Is there something else that was noticeable to you, or could you elaborate a little bit more on how you would recommend exploring that area a little bit more?
Well, actually, I don't have a lot more depth on that one, Karina. That was one of the ones that I had, sort of noted to do additional homework on so that I could understand it better. Personally, I'll offer, if Bill or Kate wants to chime in on this one, they may have a little more experience than I. Or you too, Paul.
I see Kate is unmuted. Kate, if you're trying to talk.
No, I was just reading over it again to see who we talked to on that topic, and I'm not sure I have a lot more to offer.
Right.
I suspect there will be a lot more discussion on this topic area, so I think we can hold until the next COMSTAC to elaborate a little bit more on that area.
Yeah, I am looking forward between now and the next COMSTAC to interviews with more subject matter experts, but especially maybe some public comment or some industry feedback as well, now that we've sort of put the topic out on the table.
And Bill Beckman, I see that you're unmuted. Are you trying to address the group?
Can you hear me? I was thinking perhaps if we had some examples of what we thought were prescriptive, that might put everybody more on the same wavelength and give you a better idea of what we're trying to pivot away from.
Okay, Bill, your comms are still a little bit ratty, but I think the question was talking about some examples of some prescriptive examples. Is that correct, Bill?
Exactly. Can you hear me?
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I'm hoping you can hear me better. Yes, I think a few examples would kind of give us a better idea of what we were referencing when we said prescriptive. So your assessment was correct. I'm sorry, my comms are so bad today.
Thanks, Bill.
Any comments on that, Jim or Kate, on the?
No, that Karina has correctly identified a soft point.
Sure. Okay, everyone's being shy. Any discussions on this last task here?
Just maybe one more quick comment. Again, it's a really thorough dive into 420 and some of the issues that spaceports have, and I can certainly speak from experience here, taking off my COMSTAC hat for a moment. Just another quick mention that one of the other recommendations was taking a look at insurance reform, and this is a topic area we're hearing a lot about, and I think we'll probably see some discussion here as well on the regulatory working group, and certainly as we talk about the National Spaceport Authority as well. So it's good to see some level of consistency on a couple of these topic areas.
Yeah, absolutely. And I do recall early on in our deliberations that the insurance piece of it figured fairly prominently. So, as you point out, there's a lot more meat to put on this bone, but I think both of these last two topics, we've got a good start on these. So I think last chance for discussion or comments on this topic. Okay, I think if we can go back to the end of recommendation 5, the next slide, I think that may be the last slide. Indeed. So we've given everyone back about 30-ish minutes. So unless there's any other discussion, back over to you, Karina and Charity.
Awesome. Thanks, Paul. Thanks, Lee, to the entire IIWG. A lot of work done here. And we will be sending that recommendation up to the FAA that we voted on. So I'd like to propose a stretch break until the top of the hour, and then we will start with the public comment section of the meeting, if that's okay with everyone. Okay.
Absolutely
so
excellent. Thank you, Charity.
Let's reconvene at 2 p.m. Eastern. Thank you. Okay, welcome back. The next portion of our meeting will be the public comments portion. And Jim, I understand we do have a comment. Can you set that up, please?
Absolutely. For public comment, we have Mr. George Neal, former Associate Administrator here at AST. So, sir, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Jim and Charity and members of the COMSTAC. I'm currently serving as the chairman of the Global Spaceport Alliance, and just had a few comments that I wanted to offer to the group today. First of all, you may recall that the GSA has recently completed a National Spaceport Network Development Plan for the FAA Office of Spaceports. And as part of that document, there are a number of recommendations, including proposed wording for a national spaceport policy, some options for spaceport infrastructure funding by the federal government, which we talked a little bit about today, and a proposal to change the statutory definition of space support vehicles in order to allow industry to use high performance or former military aircraft for human spaceflight training, just like NASA does. Those specific recommendations will clearly require congressional action, and we would encourage both COMSTAC and the FAA to support their adoption. This afternoon, I would like to briefly highlight just a couple of potential initiatives that would not require congressional approval. Instead, they would involve collaboration between interested stakeholders in government, industry, and academia. The first initiative is based on the expected near-term start of suborbital commercial human space flights by Virgin Galactic and Blue Origin. Although NASA has accumulated almost 60 years of data on the effects of spaceflight on the human body, almost all of that research has involved relatively young, physically fit, and extremely healthy members of the astronaut corps. Typical customers of the upcoming suborbital commercial space flights are likely to be significantly older and less physically fit, and they may well exhibit medical conditions that are not usually found in NASA astronauts. The GSA believes that establishing a collaborative data collection and analysis program involving NASA, the FAA Civil Aerospace Medical Institute, the FAA Center of Excellence for Commercial Space Transportation, and commercial launch operators that would collect data from willing crew members and spaceflight participants could result in major advances in our understanding of aerospace medicine. The second initiative has to do with point-to-point transportation. The ability to conduct high-speed, long-distance transportation, specifically point-to-point transportation through space, will be a major game changer for both national security and economic competitiveness. This is an area that the United States just has to lead. Although the technical challenges are significant, work is also needed in policy, law, regulations, customs and security, flight and ground operations, market analysis, and economics. And these are all areas that should be part of near-term discussions between the FAA Office of Commercial Space Transportation and our international partners. We also recommend that a study be initiated now to identify pre-approved corridors or trajectories, such as between selected FAA licensed spaceports, that could safely and efficiently support the initial flight tests or demonstrations of such vehicles after they become available. So once again, I appreciate having the opportunity to speak with you today and look forward to working with the COMSTAC on these very important issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Neal. I'd like to see if anyone on the COMSTAC has a question for Dr. Neal, given his comments. Hearing none, I just want to make note of Dr. Neald's document he was referring to and ask the IIWG to take that into consideration as we develop final recommendations for spaceports. Okay. Well, thank you, Dr. Neald, again for joining us and providing a comment. We appreciate it.
Thanks, Jordan.
Okay. Next up is some time for the COMSTAC members themselves, kind of an open forum. If you have anything on your mind, we've obviously gone through a lot of the hot topics in commercial spaceflight today, from updating regulations to spaceports to human spaceflight safety, rather, and many, many other items. But I'd like to hear from you. Are there any topics that we might be missing in the near and mid-term that have not been brought up yet or that are on your minds, given your experience, expertise, and positions at various spaceflight companies? So I'd like to see if there are any hands up, or just shout out if you have a comment to make at this point. And if not, we'll move on to the next item.
Yes, Charity, it's Paul Danfus.
Go ahead, Paul.
Yeah, I think it's a great segue, and I appreciate Dr. Neald's public comments, particularly on point-to-point, but even transcending that. Not really sure where the Venn diagrams between AST and some other parts of FAA overlap. But as we look at orbital flight, we look at suborbital. We've been talking about point-to-point, but there's a few things in between there as well. And obviously, when it comes to high-speed flight, particularly hypersonics, DoD is really going to be driving that, and high-speed weapon systems are really going to be a big part of that. But there are companies out there that are developing high-speed test beds, and that is in the form of a vehicle that can actually put you in condition for a number of minutes or tens of minutes of actually flying a vehicle in those conditions. Stratolaunch with what they're doing with their Talon A vehicle, and Generation Orbit with what they're doing with the X-61A right now come to mind. And what their business model is, offering a high-speed platform for which to, again, conduct research in the relevant environment. So I think that some of this, does fall on the AST, and particularly speaking for the I&I working group, that when we do talk about spaceports, it again, we focus on the orbital and the suborbital, but I think that when we start doing some of these developmental and test programs, that they would be looking at FAA licensed spaceports and the appropriate associated airspace to do some of these tests. So I would submit that for consideration of something that at least the infrastructure portion that the I&I working group could take on, and maybe some of the other working groups for some of the other relevant items. Thanks.
Thank you, Paul. Any other comments open to the COMSTAC? Okay. Well, great. Let's proceed forward to our next item. And speaking of things that are to come and items that we are not tackling quite yet, we do have two new taskers for the infrastructure and innovation working group. And I will brief those next. Jim, can you confirm that's up next? Thank you.
Yes, it is.
Great, thank you. All right, you can advance the slide, please. Okay, so coming up, next COMSTAC meeting, the next public meeting we'll hold in the spring, and we will present any finalized recommendations that were brought to you as a preliminary recommendation today. So we'll vote on those items in the spring. If you have any written feedback or comments or questions, please send them to the DFO, Jim Hatt, and he will send those to us for our consideration as we develop those final products. Additionally, the IIWG will present a final recommendation for consideration on the following taskers, and I'll present those here today. Just know that this is for information only. We will get, the COMSTAC membership will get a full brief on these two items fairly soon. Next slide, please. Okay, the first item, as we understand, last spring, we were asked to look at research and development priorities for the FAA AST. They've been updated somewhat, so we are retasking this item to the IIWG, and then a similar item as well to the IIWG. So the first item is indeed providing our inputs on ASD R&D priorities. So this includes examining and evaluating priorities in a work plan for FAA AST, and some suggested improvements to that process as well. If there's any additional R&D topics that we would like to recommend, they would like to hear that from us in keeping with the public safety mission. And the deliverable here is a narrative report. So some specific questions that FAA is seeking our inputs on are the following. What are the R&D products, if any, that industry is willing to adopt to improve safety? What products would industry like the US government to adopt, either in statute or regulation, in order to improve safety and encourage industry and development? And are there any safety technologies the industry is not pursuing because they're too expensive or have no clear return on investment? So that'll be the task number one for research and development. Next slide, please. So task number two is different from task number one in that it talks about the concept of how to collaborate for research and development. Now, the FAA has the Center of Excellence ongoing, but it's scheduled to cease operations August 2022. So the task here is to examine and evaluate the R&D plan to establish a research consortium providing feedback and suggested improvements. And the deliverable would be in the form of a narrative report again. So as some background here, FAA conducts near-term safety research through contract acquisitions with specific milestones and deliverables. Longer-term safety research is conducted through the Center of Excellence for commercial space transportation. And they have funding research grants with member universities and other organizations. So because the COE CSD is due to cease operations in 2022, they need a follow-on concept or acquisition structure to continue this long-term R&D development. So they also have some, AST has some candidate research information that they can provide to us as well as a starting point. So they seek our input to identify the strengths and weaknesses of current research consortium ideas and to identify additional potential alternatives and options. Again, we will be provided a full briefing on both of these tasks by FAA AST, and we'll be working on those throughout the remainder of this year and into next year for the spring meeting. Okay, so with that, unless if there's any burning questions right now on the R&D tasker, again, we will get more information on this at a later date, but just wanted to bring it up for you today in front of the public meeting here. Okay. So I feel, if we want to advance one slide, please. I feel we're at the end of the day here. We have talked about an incredible amount of information. There clearly has been a lot of work gone into these recommendations and draft recommendations. I'm thrilled that we were able to vote on and approve 3 recommendations for FAA AST today. My biggest takeaway is, there are a lot of complicated yet important issues that commercial spaceflight needs to tackle here. Some of them, namely spaceports, safety reporting standards, licensing and regulatory concepts. So I look forward to working with all of you soon again to tackle these issues as well as we move forward. I will make sure, or Karina and I will make sure we send formal recommendations onto the FAA. And just checking if there's any other points here I wanted to make here today. I think that's it. Next time we meet, I hope we can meet in person. But I just want to say this has been wildly successful of a virtual meeting, and the ability to vote clearly and efficiently. I feel everything went really smoothly, so my hats off to Jim and Tom and the FAA team for their support on this. And I just want to hand it over to Karina to see if she has any final remarks. Karina?
Yes, just a really quick comment. I just wanted to reiterate, a lot of what Charity had commented on about the amount of work that this COMSTAC has put into these tasks in such a short amount of time. I'm really impressed with this group, and I think the commercial space industry would be really pleased to know there were so many working group discussions over the past 3 months since our last COMSTAC meeting to get us to this point. But I specifically want to acknowledge Charity's leadership of this COMSTAC and her dedication to producing really quality products for AST. So thank you, Charity, for everything you've done to get us to this point.
It's definitely a team effort, and thank you for that. I just want to open it up to anyone else on the COMSTAC membership if you have any last minute comments. We have a couple more minutes, but we will be ending early.
Yeah, this is Jim Armour.
Go ahead, Jim.
I wanted to also thank you for your leadership on this, Charity. I thought this was really good. Seeing as how we ended so much earlier, and the meeting was, like you said, a good success, tightly controlled, and well orchestrated. Is there any chance, but it felt to me a little sterile. I mean, there weren't a lot of public comments like, we've seen at other meetings. And I was just wondering if not this time, but in the future, maybe we could have a little bit more open mic time or something that we could get not quite random inputs, but some diverse inputs. I know we as a COMSTAC have worked really well together as little teams and come together under your leadership to get some recommendations squared away. But I feel like it's almost too well organized. And I'll stop there and see if anybody else had any other thoughts.
I agree with you, Jim. Nothing replaces those in-person COMSTAC meetings where we were kind of all riffing off each other, and it can be a little difficult to have that flowing conversation. And well taken that point. I want to develop some lessons learned to keep improving this process in case we have to meet in person, or virtually again. So I'll definitely take that as a point to improve, to make sure we can include the public a little more at the next meeting. Anyone else? Any lessons learned? Anything you'd like to see improved? Okay, with that, again, thanks to everyone. It's been over 5 hours of a Zoom call, so I know how that is. It's tough. So I appreciate you taking the time today to be here out of your busy schedules, and let's keep pressing on. All right, over to you, Jim.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. And just want to give a special thank you to Charity and Karina. Absolutely a phenomenal job guiding this COMSTAC, not only today, but over the last several months. I know I've been in quite a few of the work group meetings. I haven't made every one, but I've tried, and you guys have made more than I have actually. So I appreciate your deep involvement. To all the COMSTAC members, it is very obvious that each one of you have put in a vast amount of time, energy, thought, and writing on these topics. On behalf of the secretary, the administrator, the associate administrator, I want to say thank you for all the work that you've done. And then finally to the public, we appreciate your participation in the COMSTAC. I know we've kind of struggled a little bit with getting public comment. We are working on that, and I agree that would be a great thing to have, to be able to open it up like we would if it was a in-person meeting. However, with that, let me put this out there. Should you have any additional comments or questions on the items discussed, especially the ones that are still open or the new tasks, you can email that information, whether it's a question or comment. And I would ask you to use the special COMSTAC email, which is COMSTAC, COMSTAC, at FAA.gov. That way all the things will be very clearly identified as COMSTAC related. And I will ensure those comments or questions are forwarded to all the members. And we'll also include those comments and questions in the spring public meeting to make sure that they are captured in the record. So again, that's at COMSTAC at FAA.gov. With that, and with a final, again, thank you for everybody, not only for the COMSTAC members, but for all the public and everyone else that was here. Want to say thank you. And with that, this meeting is officially adjourned. Thank you. And the next meeting will be scheduled in the early spring timeframe. Thank you so much, everyone. Bye.